Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome everybody to this morning's Hanganui District Council meeting, 28th of April, on a beautiful autumn day. And I guess I just wanted to take a moment. We've just come through Anzac Day, not only our community of Hanganui, but actually our country of New Zealand. And I just wanted to give a moment for councillors to perhaps reflect on the weekend or the services that they may have attended, just to show recognition to Anzac Day and what it means to our community. So if we go around the room, anybody would like to say something to me, I'm happy to pop it up. Sorry.
Yeah. I'd just like to say, attended the Ambly down at the Domain. It was wonderful service as usual. Been a few times. The crowd was wonderful. It got a mention as well. Fiona was lovely. She allowed me to lay the wreath. Nervous I didn't drop that and the rest of it. But it was just a wonderful occasion. Really was, with a lot of people, with a real range of ages as well. Andy Fox is Robert was talking earlier on, did a wonderful talk about a connection that he had to a particular event, which you call it event or campaign. So it was just really enjoyable.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Actually, I went to the YI in Rotherham once, and yeah, the crowds of people were, Rotherham, the hall there was standing room only, and apparently there was actually people outside. And the other thing that actually people commented on was we had a young lady who I think is actually on the youth council who played the bugle, and said how wonderful it was to actually have a bugler as opposed to a trumpeter. Yeah, so that's what we see.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yes, thank you. We wouldn't have known this. It's huge responsibility without this kind of a moment.
Thank you, Tom.
Similar to everything everyone's saying, you know, incredibly well attended in Hanley. Your speech was wonderful. If you don't mind me saying, I really think that went well. I got so many compliments about that. It's absolutely genuine. And I think having tea with the choir singing in the background in the Soldiers' Block was just a lovely morning, and it was so well attended and so relaxed and so emotional. Really good, thank you.
I mean, it was a great day. It was quite the memorial cenotaph and chariot was 100 years since in the men's shed. You might have seen it on television one. They came and did a bit of a spiel on it, which was very good. Gave it a bit of publicity, and the men's shed had redone up the whole cenotaph, and it looks great. And it was a great crowd, and it was good. What happens every year is a couple of the school children read out all the names as everyone's putting their briefs and everything there out, and it was a good turnout, and it was a bit quieter. They had a sort of a service at the school hall afterwards, and wasn't as much crowd, but it was actually some good speakers there, and it was actually one. He talked about the Sloss family, and they'd lost 2 boys in the war, and the second boy was the last New Zealander killed in action in the war. He was flying a bomber over the First World War, this was, and he got shot down over enemy territory, and he died of his wounds, and he was the last New Zealander with the killed. So it was quite interesting, and we had the army was there, and that was great. And I think it might be the last year that the army comes, because they're doing cuts, which is a shame because they've been coming for the last 15, 16 years. So it's been, it's good. Good service.
Vince, maybe if you're willing to share the little story you told me about when the TV
if you saw the piece on television, the TV crew said to the men's shed, wouldn't it be great if someone came along that had a relation on the cenotaph? And this guy from Auckland was charging his car, and he just walked up and he looked at me and he said, oh, is a relation of mine. And he's quite emotional. I don't know if you saw the program on television, but like the reporter said, you couldn't have asked. Just it came out of the blue, this guy was there, and it was quite incredible. And there's the guy Lehman, whose parents, I think, were the ferrymen on the Waiā River for years before the bridges went.
That's great. Yeah, I thought that was a great story of opportunistic stuff, you know, they're amazing.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I marched my father's medals at the Dawn Parade in Christchurch, followed by the Old Boys. My father fought in Crete, Northern Italy, Northern Africa, Tobruk. He was at every major event, and it was a proud day for me. I'd marched my last time I'll do it, and then I went to the Old Boys one as well, Boys High. I had to attend whether I wanted to or not. So that was my day. I got home about 3 o'clock. Probably shouldn't, I won't comment on that. But anyway.
That's right. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for honouring the dad.
Absolutely, been doing it.
Yeah.
And will continue to.
Oh, thank you.
Just quickly, I had the honour to stand in for you at the Emberley Dawn Parade, which is the first time I've been to that, and it was amazing. And I was lucky to be well supported by South Ward councillors and finding where I needed to be and what I needed to do. But it was a wonderful turnout. And I also went up to Omahi and then to Waipara. And I have to say, your speech, which I read out, was great, very, very well received. And I had a couple of ladies at Waipara who were a bit concerned because you'd brought them to tears with your speech. But, no, it was just another great day. The weather was great, and it's just good to see so many people turning out and being so passionate about it.
And sort of tagging on the coattails of Fiona, I was at the Amberley, Omahi and Waipara one wearing a slightly different hat. But again, it was really good to see. Good to see the youngsters out there. Good to see the crowds down in Amberley Domain, which was really good. I think Amberley particularly flowed very well, the way that the whole service went from everything from sort of start to finish. Very just about the right level, I think. Really good.
Oh, very briefly, touched on the end of it, was great, but it's nice. There was for several years we've had a play from Lions every year. There's kind of like a tradition, if you like. It wasn't like this year, but the hall was still full, and it's noticeable every year that old times less. But whether or not it's to do, with what's going on the world today or what, but everybody that would have been there for the exact reasons, and we're coming to see a play. So good play for that one.
That's great. Thank you all for sharing. I think it's really important that we just collectively get an opportunity to share on behalf of our community. In the Springs in the morning at 6 AM, and then Cheviot at 10:30. And then went to Balcairn. Now, Balcairn has never had an Anzac service, and their hall was full to brimming with people that came along to that service at 12:30. So that was delightful. And then I went to a service at Newbury, where they repositioned the plinths and the memorial gates. There's a bit of street that sold the old hall and shed, and their memorabilia as well. So they had also had a service which would have 60 or 70 people in the community of that district. So yeah, look, all in all, I just want to thank you all for representing our district on such an important and special day to many of everybody in our district. So thank you.
So we will now start with our agenda for today. We've got let's get through a few decision items. Just as we would normally start with our health and safety matters, should we need to exit the building, it is applicable that you entered. To my left, and our assembly point has not changed over in the grass building. We have got a leave of absence in place for Councillor Pauline White, but I have received an apology for today's meeting from Councillor Dave Hislop and sought an early departure from Councillor Robin Burton.
So if I could please just have a move and second that we receive those, thank you, from Fiona. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion's carried, thank you. Yep, you want to
Yes.
leave of absence?
Yes.
Yep, I'm happy to receive that, thank you.
Over the next 2 months, I'm travelling around for family reasons around Europe and I wouldn't be able to attend all the council meetings that I possibly can, but I'm just I'm in correspondence with Mari and Graham and the dates will change depending on the circumstances, but I will endeavour to attend all the meetings that I possibly can during my absence, but there may be some obviously technical logistical reasons why I can't, but I should be there for most over the next 2 months.
So Tom's requesting that leave of absence, and you've heard some reasoning that he will try and attend despite that, but we need a move. Thank you, Fiona, for a second, and thank you, Brett, that we approve that leave of absence. So Davies in agreement with that, please say aye. Okay. Thank you for that, Tom. Right, I will read the affirmation ahead of today's meeting. Councillors, we will pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Honolulu district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to upholding the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district. Thank you. So, as normal procedure, Graham, we've got a recording device on the live stream.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And is there any urgent business for today's meeting? Okay. So I just want to pay special attention. We've got 2 late circulated items. I'll probably use 3. So we've got you received the draft budget and the financial report, so 5.1 and financial report 7.2. And this morning you have received the appendix for 5.2, which is a decision around the interim statement of expectations for Kaikoura Water Services. So the director feedbacks. Now I do acknowledge that this has come through somewhat later than we would normally expect. And for that reason, I'm happy to take a little bit more time with that paper when we get to that. Everybody, can you all please confirm that you've received those late items? Yes. That's great. Okay, thank you. So with that, councillors, we will go through our minutes as we would normally do. We've got our council minutes for the 31st of March. And that starts on page 4 of your agenda. All I'm looking for at this stage is corrections for noting. So page 4 and 5, page 6 and 7, page 8 and 9, 10 and 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 16, 17, and 18. Is there any corrections to be noted in that set of minutes? That's pretty awesome. Someone willing to move then that we receive those minutes for an accurate record? Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Tom. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried. Thank you. We'll do a quick page turn just for any matters arising from those minutes as well. Just looking at page 4 and 5. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just last paragraph on page 7.
Sorry. Yep.
The project manager commented she thought the restriction was already contained on the restriction on borrowing from other lenders, but would need some time to confirm. I'm just wondering if we've got a confirmation on that.
Yeah, okay. that's-
So we can follow that up.
Wasn't it, when we got back from the break, we
Oh, could be.
resumed
Sorry.
5 minutes and
Maybe that's correct. I think that was the procedural moment where the officer was asking.
Yes,
clarifying
sorry.
question, and she came back with an answer, and then that was incorporated in.
through the chair, if you read further, you'll notice that I stated I wanted reinstated those documents and their clauses, so on page 8, just at the top there.
So gave me his glasses so I could read it.
So with that, how are we saying that these minutes, we're happy with that? With that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Then we
from
got the
everybody?
answer, yeah. Although he's queried it, but yes, we did get the answer, so I'll acknowledge that because I was asking for an update.
That's cool, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I could perhaps just amend that following paragraph a little bit, and say following the adjournment. The officer came
Yeah.
back with an answer to that question.
That probably does
So just-
reflect the process, doesn't really?
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. But thanks very much, guys. So page 8 and 9. 10, 11. 15, 17 and 18. That's those are the minutes done and dusted, thank you. So that takes us through to page 19, which is our presentation meeting, and those set of minutes. So just looking for accuracy for those minutes. We'll do a quick page turn, so 19, 20 and 21. 22 and 23. Is there any corrections to those minutes that you've noted, councillors? That being the case, is someone willing to move that we receive those minutes for an accurate record? Robbie and Fiona? All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Harry, thank you. And any matters, I mean, mostly that is about Ben's paper presentation, I guess, about the catchment group, Te Aroa, and then we looked at the financials. So is there any matters arising in those 2 minutes? All happy?
Just on page 22, when I raise issues on the cost of electricity, I see Dan sent an email. I wonder, can that be? Because it's not really in answered any questions. And it's the general public don't see our email.
Right. So
As I asked some questions and Dan replied that they won't be showing up in any minutes.
right. So I
How
guess.
do you get around that?
Well, I mean, I guess if you've got questions that have been sought from your community, you could refer to the response that the officer has provided in the email. What else are you seeking?
I don't know. I'll just
Yeah.
if I knew, I'd answer it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it could be noted as an action item that the council officer responded to councillors with the information concerning electricity costs. Is that enough, Liz? Are you happy with that? To be noted in the minutes? Yeah. And then you can use that information in your community as you see that. Is that all good? Yep. Rightio, any other matters arising on those set of minutes? Right, thank you. So then I'm going to look towards Robbie and Tom for the next set of minutes, because this is a temporary road closure subcommittee, which they both sat on Tuesday the 7th of April. I'm assuming you've both read those minutes, and just looking for accuracy on those pages 24 through 27. Happy, Tom?
Yes.
Happy, Robbie? So I'm happy to move, Robbie's happy to second that those 7 minutes be taken as a true and accurate record. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, thanks. Carried, thank you. And as far as matters arising from those minutes,
I don't have anything, those events are yet to take place. And we put some recommendations around them that came through the subcommittee, particularly in regard to the car rallies, and the officer has fed that back to the organisers that with this current fuel status, that we needed to be certain that that was going to reflect fully on our district actually applying allowing an organisation to have such disregard to the fuel crisis. So that's been passed back and we've been well received by the organisers, but we're still waiting for any outcome from them. You guys happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okie dokie, so now we'll just go over into the forward works program, that's on page 28. Questions around that. And on page 29 is and page 30 is the inquiry. The only thing I looked at when I read that there is looking at April the 2nd, just talked about meeting with Amy Ellen, we annually meet by teams. Now, Amy Ellen is a PhD student who is doing some research around a range of beach communities, so she wanted to we'll have a meeting over Teams with her. Any questions from anybody there? Great. So now we've got a reinstated working group, and because we've appointed Tom and Brett to the working group for the Queen Mary South. My understanding there's been a little bit of an appointment made for the Ngāti Kuri. Yes, either of you wanna give us an update on that?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Graham has met with Brett and myself individually, and then moved on to Kaikoura and has spoken to them about it and talking about the terms and conditions that we're going to meet. And the representatives from Kaikoura have been appointed. It's Atta and Lorraine Hawke, and Graham suggested that we all seem to be on the same page, which is a very good start to the meetings, and we'll be meeting fairly soon on site to go over the site and to discuss plans and ideas and thoughts.
Nothing, just a good bit of information that I sat down with Graham and it sort of highlighted some things that I wasn't aware of. It's prompted some questions from me, which I'll put to Graham through an email, but very interesting.
Great, and I'm sure Hariata and Lorraine will be great working group, and we look forward to hearing from you both as you provide some update, and of course there'll be other formal papers. So thank you for that work. So if I can just have a move in a second then that we receive the forward work program, the Mayor's Diary and the Hospital Working Group status. Thanks Steve, and thank you Chris. All in agreement that we receive that information, please say aye. Okay. Thank you. Rightio, that takes us through to the actually I'm going to get to the adoption of the draft budget. So it's item 5.1, and that is in this additional circulated information that we've got. Give you a moment to table it sorted. You all good to go?
thank you. So, you're a stranger to all of us sitting around the table. We've been working on this process. Jason's been providing us some guidance as we work towards the adoption of the draft budget to go out and engage with our community. And so maybe if I can just ask you to take us through that, Jason, is that okay? And then we'll look, see some questions, and then looking towards the recommendation on page, I'll say page 1 of this pack. Alrighty, thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Manny. So the as a result of a series of workshops, we've got to a point where I need the council to draft some draft budget so we can then apply that information into our engagement document and engagement plan with the community before we finalise the annual plan right at the end of June. So that's obviously the recommended option based on where we left the budget workshop last Tuesday. Just providing a bit of background there on the bottom of page 1. This is the 3rd year of the plan. The first year, 24-25, we did have an 11% increase or 10.98% increase. Last year we were set for a 14.5% increase, but for this year, according to the long-term plan, it needed to be 9% increase. We did a lot of that increase in year 1, but instead of for year 2, we ended up with a rates increase of 3.3%. And a lot of that was due to the fact that when we set the budget, we had allowed for a series of work in the roading that ultimately wasn't done. So we scaled back the roading costs. Right, so the operating budgets for page 2 for this current. Now again, since we had completed the last annual plan, and since we long-term plan, there has been significant movements in the water done well reform, and council has resolved to form a joint water CCO with Kaikoura, and their company, named Kaikoura Huronui Water Services Limited, was incorporated on the 23rd of March, 3 independent directors appointed. So the key transactions on the 1st of July of this year, going to plan, is that Huronui will transfer $224 million worth of 3 water assets to the company. That will also transfer $4 million of debt, and that does result in reduction in council's external debt because it is sitting within another organisation. Council will continue to set a rate for the 26-27 year, and the numbers are allowed for there, and they were allowed for in year 3 of the long-term plan. And then the completion of that rate simply passed over to the water company to assist in their operation. Right, so that's a relatively large chunk of the budget moving to another entity. And last Tuesday we through the workshop had a significant discussion around the increased fuel costs and what effect that would have on the 26-27 plan. So we had an original budget for subsidised roading, management and renewals, $12.4 million. We made an estimate that 15% of the maintenance and renewals would be directly affected by the increased fuel costs. And based on the fuel costs, the increase to diesel, which is doubled in price at that point, we simply allow for a 15% increase in the underlying cost for maintenance and renewals and a 5% increase for new. So that moved the subsidised rating program from 14.1 million, so $1.7 million increase from the original budget. Just highlighting the fact that we do not expect A to come in with subsidies for that work. So that $1.75 million will be funded by, and that in itself is over 5% rates from last year, or if we exclude 3 Now, we were fortunate that there was a reserve that had built up to about 2 million, and that was created from savings from grading program that we had allowed for in the long-term plan that didn't eventuate because I had eliminated the subsidies attached to that. But also we claimed for emergency works from previous years to the adoption of the long-term plan that wasn't allowed for in the previous forecast. So that 1.2 million was able to be used to offset the potential influence. Page 3, we've also got fuel costs attached to our waste contracts, and within those waste contracts there is a CPI adjustment embedded in the conditions, and again just I was expecting that the CPI could be as high as 10%. And making an assumption that the CPI adjustment required for those waste contracts for the final part of the financial year, given the CPI adjustment doesn't kick in until 1st of January 27th, and that resulted in a $1,000 increase to the waste budget from what we originally had, just to account for the additional costs. And then we've also got the council and allowed for an increased fuel costs of about 80%, brings that balance up to the line fuel costs up to 2,000, and then those increases are applied throughout the organisation through a allocation. Right, there was some additional costs that we had allowed for in the budget, particularly recruitment process for the CEO when his contract expires. We so allowed for an expected increase in the cost of auditing the long-term plan. Costs. There was an adjustment required for the insurance costs in the original part of the budget. Hadn't allowed for the significant increase we experienced in the professional indemnity cover, although it had been allowed for in the current year's budget. And then one of the key assumptions around the interest costs, we applied an external interest cost of 4%. Currently, the weighted average cost of funds for the council sits at 3.9%, and then that 4% flows into internal interest rates applied to communities as a whole year, or hold funds for the debt held by the thermal coals.
Robert, have you got a question now?
Yeah, just a quick, so I thought we were internal and external was 1 up and 1 down, the 2.8 was that something different or?
2.8 is our and you'll see it in the financial report, the internal interest rate for the treasury account pays those communities or activities that hold funds rather than hold debt, set at the same rate as the 3-month term deposit rate advertised by Westpac. So in the end, it ends up being about 1.2% less than what the external interest rate is, and that is just through over the journey. But when this is just purely for the budget purposes, when we get each quarter, we adjust the internal interest rate to make sure that it remains as current as possible to the external rates. So encourage.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Jason, in the additional governance costs that you've talked about here, say that we expect an increase in cost of auditing. Have we got any indication of what that increase is likely to be? Is it no indication at all?
No, not at this stage. Our auditors aren't quite in that space at the minute. In the long-term plan, and we had, I think, $100,000 set aside for the audit of the long-term plan. I've increased it to 125,000, but again, I don't have a lot to base that on right now. It's just moving in concert with their external, with the audit costs relating to the annual report, which has moved over 25% in the last couple of years.
Supplementary to that, do we have any indication as to when you might be made aware of what that likely increase is and when you can let us know?
I'm hoping before, in the next couple of months. So if there is a significant movement from 125 that I've already allowed for, that we may be able to bring it in as an adjustment to the budget before we adopt the annual plan. But we'll just have to follow up with the auditors. There's very large amount on with the audit company as well, and as far as where the auditors sit on that, we've discussed it when we talk about the local audit unwell update with that. So yeah, and with our new audit director, we're still just trying to identify where we are, but we know that our the cost of the annual report is in the vicinity of $250,000. So and that has been allowed for in the budget.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, the other change that we went through some depth on Tuesday was the changes from the long-term plan for the operating of the thermal coals and then the capital program. And yeah, the cash surplus for the 26-27 year expected to be about $1.1 million lower than the amount that we allowed for in the long-term plan. And that's the more difficult tourism market that we're facing, and increased competition from other activities. And the capital program was significantly reprioritised from what was allowed for in the long-term plan, and over the space of the 2 financial years, we're about $150,000 more than what was previously planned, but with the vast majority of that being the development of the Your Way project that wasn't at all contemplated 2 years ago when we did the long-term
correct me if I'm wrong, but the project was a reprioritisation of an existing budget.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So page 4 just outlines the summary of the capital program, and it's the full capital program is allowed provided as appendix 3, 13 pages. So obviously the water, sewer and stormwater no longer a responsibility of the council. So the 6.7, 4.2 and 2.7 respectively is not allowed for in our annual plan. The roading program had been readjusted and slightly increased with the fuel cost, and also based on an earlier resolution of council, we've allowed $1.2 million for the extension of Crescent Avenue. And that is financed by debt for the 2027 year, and funding the method in which that debt will be serviced and repaid will be part of the review we need to undertake for the long-term plan. Climate adaptation, we didn't have a budget at all for year 3, but we had carried over a budget for the development of additional sections at Monnow Beach. And the original $900,000 budget has been increased to 1.08 million. And there was an additional development of the Amberley Beach proactive relocation project. 750,000 allowed for in the budget, but the next stages need to just be brought to council and agreed to at the appropriate time. Under public services, there's been a change to the long-term plan as far as the development or the purchase of additional land at the Amberley transfer station. More feasibility work needs to be carried out before that can be allowed for, and then it will form part of the capital program in the next long-term plan. In the long-term plan, we had allowed $1 million to complete the demolition of the Queen Mary South buildings. That balance was largely carried forward, and then there was an additional resolution to increase that budget up to 1.8 million, of which $250,000 at the time of writing was expected to be spent before the end of June, with the balance we've also just deferred a range of unallocated township projects, the Murray townships, total at 127,000. That's just been deferred, won't be spent before the end of June 26, just to the 26-27 year. And also there was some deferment of some Hammer Springs projects, mainly the Village Hub and the repaint of the hall roof. Just moving into the next financial year, we allowed to bring the South Ward Community Would recommended that the budget for the dog park of 75,000 was brought forward a couple of years, and now it's sort of the 7 year, and there's just an adjustment to the Stanton Road project with $1 million budget assigned to the excess land that's moved from part of the stormwater account to agricultural property account, with the sale of that happening in the 26-27 year.
Just a question on the ownership of that land, that the actual swamp itself, it gets transferred to the new water company.
No, it's not the intention.
But it's been paid out of the stormwater account.
Well, the wetland is the operation of the stormwater and so that's the reason why it's the funding of that, but the excess land isn't a part of the stormwater account, so that just needs to move into a commercial property account, and then that $1 million transfer will be recovered from the ultimate sale of the land.
Because it just seems strange, it's part of the infrastructure of stormwater, isn't it? But it's not going to be run by owned by the new water company, where other properties and stuff are being transferred, isn't it? It's just an outer.
Yeah, so there's a range of land situations that we've been through. So a lot of our stormwater land, reserve land, and it's very difficult to transfer that through the company. So those are the through. Reserve, it's freehold, but wishes to transfer it through, it can transfer it through. Not to. Yeah, what it is retained for that.
Just wondering, it puts the new water company in a funny position. It's part of its stormwater, but it won't really have any control of it, will it? Because the property will be owned by the council.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, there's a range of stormwater assets that that will not transfer through to the company, and the company will have the right to operate on those assets, but they won't own them.
So then will the property stay freehold or become a reserve?
That would be a decision for a future decision for the council for wishes to make.
Thanks, Robert.
So with that, there's nothing in there that would have any rational help.
Through Madam Mayor, currently it's a freehold piece of land and there's no restriction on its use.
But I guess, just coming back to this point and, about who owns, and that is the intent in this establishment phase or the transitional stage. There could be further negotiation in 5 or 10 years' time as the company becomes more robust in its thought, I guess, and to Vince's point, then there could be a discussion and negotiation between council and the company to transfer that asset. So it's not forgotten, but I think it's well raised. Yeah. So it's just because it's done now, it's not the end. It's probably just almost the beginning of the end. Yeah. Okay.
I suppose, yeah, the initial funding come down to its primary use, and that's how it's why stormwater is funding. But if its primary use is for another purpose that the council is happy with, we reduce the amount of debt, and that gets transferred to the company. You've got that debt sitting on the council's books, and we'll need a method to fund it.
Yes, there will be a resource consent to discharge stormwater on that property, is it correct? Yeah, so whatever's done with that property will have to be in line with which gives that company sort of control over that property in effect anyway, even if they don't own it.
That's great, thank you. Good discussion. Oh, sorry.
Just a supplementary question, with the consent, does that get transferred to the new company? So yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's in the list. I just asked. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want to?
No.
Nothing else? Yeah. So we rounded off that discussion. All right, come back to you, Dave.
Okay, so page 6 is just providing some key metrics with the budget that we ended up with, so our total rates, including water, will be 36.8 million. That is a raw increase of 7.15%. But if we take off the growth assumption, brings the growth adjusted rates increase down to 5.31. Total CapEx is 17.5, as per the listing. Total debt predicted at the end of June 27 is 33.5 million. So on that basis, the debt to revenue ratio would be 48.6%. But if we exclude the rates that we collect on behalf of the water company of almost 15 million, the total rates would be 22.1 million. And that's a growth, that's a raw rates increase of the rates we collected for the current year, excluding the three waters, of 5.81, and again, deducting the growth assumption, we end up with a growth adjusted rates increase of 3.97. And then total debt still strangely sits at 33.5 million. And then if we apply that that total debt over the total revenue, over the total debt, it's 61.8. So attached to the is a raft of appendices, and I apologise, it's just trying to provide as much information as possible. This information will be put onto the website as part of the engagement plan with the community. So appendix 1, page 8. 10 is the organisation summary. And then page 11, appendix 2 is the profit and loss statement, for want of a better term, and then that flows through to a balance sheet. The key items there in the balance sheet, perhaps hasn't been discussed widely, is we know we're total debt right at the bottom of 33.5 million, significantly down on where we were planning if we retain three waters. Another line item there of note is the other financial assets. You can see that instead of 2.9 million, that becomes almost 150 million, and that is the council shareholding in the new water company. And that is simply the amount of assets that is transferring, less the amount of debt that's transferring. So the net equity we hold in the company. And for Kaikoura's share of that, that's about 74 million. So it's relatively close to council owning 2/3 of the company and Kaikoura.
Well, just going down to development contributions, water supply, sewage and stormwater, you think that goes straight to the new company?
Does, and that's that is revenue for the company, but it will be we're still required to collect it along with any other contributions that we collect for development, and at various stages it will be then on paid to the company, and those revenue numbers there at the bottom of page 6 exclude development contributions as well, because they are for
Through the chair, I understand us showing revenue because we continue to collect on behalf. What I don't understand, and it's just my confusion, is why we show the operating expenditure on all of those groups as well, because presumably by that stage, expenditure isn't out, as the collection is, but, so that's on page 9?
Yes, correct, and that is simply the transfer of the rate money and development contribution received on behalf of the company, going straight to the company. So yeah, there is in excess of 15 million of cash going from council.
That I understand, it's the expenditure though.
Yes, yeah, yes,
Is that what you're referring to?
yeah,
Because I understand,
yeah.
I understand the revenue, but I don't understand why the expenditure is still showing 26, 27, once that water services thing has been. is up
It's
and
just
running.
to balance it out, so we receive the money as a revenue item, we pay the money as an expense item, so between the three line items at the top of page 8, the rates for water, sewer and stormwater,
Okay, I see.
and the two line items,
Thank you, yeah.
so those, I'm hoping that they
No, I understand, 11 and 4 and
So
11
there's-
as well.
yeah, it's just money coming in and then handballing straight to the
Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
So the total, appendix 3 is a total capital program, and obviously, there's 3 pages, we have no capital expenditure because that is the responsibility of the water company. The total breakdown of the expenditure for roading. A $1.2 million for Western Avenue extension. By the page 17, it's showing 750,000 further development of design work for the Amberley Beach proactive relocation project, and the amount set aside for the land development at Motnow. Pages 18, 19 and 20, all so the public services, with the key items being that increase to the commercial property for Queen Mary South. You can also see just the next line down, the transfer of the combined stormwater of the excess land from Stanton Road going in this current year rather than the next financial year. And then right at the bottom of page 20, just a range of expenditure items for the transfer stations, but including some work around the landfill in Waikari.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi, Jason. Going back to that statement you said about the Waikari, we copped the bill for him digging open the top of that Waikari dump as he sorting that back out. You noted capital transfer station 187, and you have to comment just a second regarding the Waikari. Could you just enlighten me on what you meant by that, please?
Well, I think there is a need to remediate the old Waikari landfill, and that is just some costs in investigating and consenting of that at this stage.
Through the chair, thank you. Through the chair, I was of the understanding that he actually dug too deep onto it, knowing it was there in his own words. And are we going to have to pick up the bill, or is he sorting that out of his own costs? I won't use the contractor's name because we're in an open room, but.
Okay, so I think Dan, can you provide us some context on that?
Madam Mayor, yeah, a large part, there's a particular area of it is being backfilled by the DC.
Yep. So we're still copping a bill for his mistake, is that what's happening? Because I know the site very, very well, so I'm just asking the question, and I know what happened there because I got dragged across to it when it did happen. So, I just want to make sure we're not paying for his errors. That's what I would like to see done. I'm just asking the question, if you could elaborate, please.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, so we have been working through this process. There is an old, as you know, legacy landfill on the site, and it has been exposed in part by the leasing. And there are some other aspects of that lease that the council is responsible for. So we've got a deal underway. We've got an agreement with the current leasing as to how we'll move forward.
And that has been signed off by ECAN as well. So we're just working through the whole piece.
I'll just note here that the closed landfill operates under a closed landfill consent, which required to be kept, grassed, etc., etc. That work was never done. Correct, required to be done. So this isn't anything to do with the contractor on site. This is council's responsibility for its landfill. Also, it requires a new consent.
But as through the chair,
Hang on,
sorry.
we'll just let.
And so there's a new consent required for that landfill to continue to be in place.
Have you got a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. Having been across that site multiple times before he dug into it, he went down at least, I won't go exact measures, I didn't put a measure on it, and broke it open himself. He would be solely responsible for repatriating that ground. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding? Correct. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I guess what we're talking about here is something outside of the financial mechanisms that we've got in front of us. But
That's only the finance side.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. Jason, I'll go back to you.
Okay, page 22 is the capital program for the thermal halls and the key work that's been undertaken at the moment and what was allowed for in the 26-27 year, which is largely the completion of the Your Wave project. Yeah, and page 23 is the government and corporate services account. And just further breakdown there, we do have significant costs related to their own pool vehicle, the plant account, and also just under IT. And finally, on page 24, we don't have any capital items relating to one line item there called council assets recovery, and that is purely the Tipperary village, the Waiau village there with relating to that activity, which is the social housing.
Yeah, that's right.
So through the chair, Jason, sorry to be squeaky wheel. I'm just curious because I love being curious. Aerial photos. Can you explain why $35,000 was expended on aerial photography? Just so I understand that.
Right, I'm just going to remind myself what that is and what it is. We're part of a purchasing group with Environment Canterbury to fly over the district on a pretty regular basis, and that's our contribution for the time that it's required. So the aerial photos are an important component for us to for a whole manner of reasons. So maybe the boss can explain a bit of that.
I'll ask a supplementary to the question then. How long are we obligated under having spent $35,000 using old technology when I can do it professionally with Google Maps? Professional, not the average Google Maps, the one you pay money for.
Under our agreement, we're updating not only the photography but the LiDAR data. I don't know if that's available, but it's a range of data. So when they're doing the aerial mapping, it's aerial mapping, not aerial photography. It's the title that everyone knows is aerial photography, but that reflects pretty old lines. So the aerial mapping project is about making sure that we're continually updating our aerial maps and getting the most up-to-date data.
Supplementary. You now got my curiosity. What do we use the data for? What's the obligation or the advantage of the data? Sorry, I'm getting curious.
For example, if we look at township extents, all that sort of thing, we can see that LiDAR, when we have natural things happen, we sometimes see changes in land movement, coastal erosions happening, we can see a whole lot of things from the area.
Thank you.
If I'm wrong, I think when the thing with road closures and the that be part of that as well. Just to run to some historical road closures. I don't know, maybe just leave that out.
It's just one of those lines that really caught my attention. I was like, thank you. I appreciate the response. Yeah.
Okay, appendix 4 is just a breakdown of the rate. It's showing where how the rates are struck between citywide rates, general road and governance planning rights, and then the various targeted rates through refuse collection for individual community rates. Yeah, at the bottom of page 28 is just that that assessment of the movements and the rates from current year. So total rate requirement is earlier was 36.8, but if we exclude the amount relating to 3 waters, it's 22.1, and that results in a growth adjusted rate increase of 3.97. From there, that information feeds into the proposed rates, which is on appendix 15, and this is how we set individual rates for individual properties, and we attach to each type of rate, taking into account the growth we have assumed, and it's there for information. I suppose interestingly, if it is interesting, page 31, the top of page 31 is the water supplies. You can see that they all match what we had allowed for in the long term. You can see that they are aligned, and they have been for a couple of years now. The raw water supplies, or the restricted supplies, are all paying the same, and that was a journey we started in 2015 to get everybody on that paying the same. You'll see in Murray Plains is slightly different, only because a unit of water for Murray Plains is 100 litres per day, as opposed to 1,800 litres for the other rural.
Yeah, 1,000 litres per day, Jason.
Oh, okay, 1,000 litres per day, thank you, 1,800, yeah. But the one water supply that sits outside that is Balmoral, and they have never been part of the global water rating system.
Jason, just before we go on, I think another question from the
Just back on page 26, stormwater and drainage. I see the JED River clearance is 0 now. What's happened to the account? Is it still there because it was collected for that purpose?
Yep, I suppose part of the long-term plan, we had combined all the stormwater together. There was an amount left in the account. We can still identify that amount. I suppose if there is work required on the JED River, as will be JED River clearance, it will be part of the responsibility of the new water company moving forward.
But it's not in the urban boundary, it doesn't fit under legislation because it's Bowling Green through, from the State Highway Bridge right down to the Gorbay Road to the boundary of the line works, which is a couple of kilometres. Because I think we discussed that earlier, and the money was always, it was a separate rating area. And I think there was 5 or 6, might be $7,000 sitting in the account.
Correct. We also, since the long-term plan, haven't rated, set a rate for the Jet River clearance like we used to, the $400 that we used to collect, and it formed part of the costs for stormwater as a whole, bearing in mind that rural ratepayers do contribute to the stormwater as well.
But it was collected under the Rating Act for that work, so you can't just go and have to just about give it back, because there's only about 3 landowners.
Well, rightfully or wrongfully, that was what we had agreed to in the long-term plan. For the next long-term plan, if we need to create a new rating area for the Jet River and just collect it for that purpose, like we used to transfer and balance that, we can recreate the balance and make sure that that isn't transferred to the company as part of the wash up on the 1st of July.
But it doesn't fit under the company's mandate. It's separate. It's not a what are the, it's not right.
Yeah.
And we did discuss it with the long-term plan, and I said, hey, what about the chair?
Yeah, I know we discussed it, but the result was that it was incorporated as part of the stormwater as a whole, and just part of the combined stormwater. I just think moving forward we can make sure it's separated out with the next long-term plan. Reinstate the rate that would be previously collected.
I'm not worried about the rate, Jason. I'm worried about the credit it had in its account for that purpose.
Yeah.
I think that can easily be recreated, make sure that we don't transfer that as funds on hand. It will be at the moment it would be offsetting the amount of debt that goes to the water company. So I can do some work just repositioning that for the before the end of this financial year, to make sure that it doesn't form part of the wash up. Just hold it in abeyance until we've got we can start adding to it again. Have a new targeted rate for it from the 27 year onwards.
Because to me it seems strange how it's been put in. It'll be the same as taking Ecan River Group's rating areas and sticking them, because it's more like that than it is a drainage thing for its urban.
I think what I'm hearing is the issue that you've raised is about $6,000 or thereabouts, and or whatever the amount, but there is an opportunity to reconsider or review that or reinstate that, whatever that dollar amount is, in the long-term planning cycle. Yeah, is that what, am I hearing that correct?
Yeah, and it's always sat as part of stormwater because that's sort of where it sits, but I suppose similar, we always had the Amberley Beach foreshore protection as stormwater as well, or land protection. So it and we've represented that into climate adaptation. For this one, perhaps just sits more as part of a amenities account, and just we can have a separate targeted rate for it, and it can run like it's always run. I suppose in that respect, we do have a fund for the Waiau River protection that very amenities account pays into. similar vein to that. So there's a way of doing it, but we just need to separate it out from stormwater. Like you say.
So I think we've got a result from that discussion, and it's probably not going to sit here, it's going to sit in the
And
LTP process.
Certainly the amount can be easily identified because,
What's
so many
worrying,
years ago,
what's
that
worrying
result-
me is that this new water company, is it taking over all these rivers and streams? Because if it was going to be given that, it means it's taking over every little stream. Because, you know, the funding, I'm just trying to get my head around, does the company realise that?
I think that's the intent.
Yeah, possibly not, but again, like I said, wrongfully or rightfully, with the last long-term plan, it was just combined with the other stormwater accounts. So yeah, I think we've got a solution to deal with it and make sure that it's kept separate moving forward. But then we need to reinstate the targeted rate that we were previously collecting up until the start of this current long-term plan.
Okay, so it needs to be a tag, needs to be a work on and over the next 12 months as we sort of build up our LTP, well, even this year.
Yeah, I'll make sure that in the forecast we do separate it out. We tag it as a new cost centre sitting in a separate activity to stormwater.
This is another
I
question.
just has raised another whole kettle of fish with, you know, these other, because it's more of an ECAN thing with a lot of this river drainage. You know, I'm looking at the bigger rivers and smaller rivers, and ECAN has rating groups too. And, you know, it seems a bit, just because I sort of know what this shared one, because I helped set it up when it was happened. And it seemed to fall under the council where it would have been better with ECAN. And I'm just worrying now that is there going to be a big hole in the whole district where this new water company doesn't realise that it's taking over. You know, you've got the creeks that run out of this town towards the sea. Is that all of a sudden overnight become this new water company's problem? I just thought in the legislation it was more of an urban thing. We were told it was water and pipes, and so I'm just trying to get my head around it.
So the initial question you raised, we've got an action that's going to come from that. So, but I think now we're talking about the broader context of information, and I think that's something that if you can response to that. I've got a question coming from Chris.
So through that, stormwater work is largely works that we put in place to prevent flooding of properties, and that's why we have a stormwater function, and those stormwater functions are passing through to the new company. Now, in certain places, there's flood protection work that takes place, which is outside of normal stormwater, but still contributes overall. So there's a point of distinction there, and it's really hard to define where that tipping point is. The Jet Rivers are unusual in that council funds the clearance work on it. Normally, that work is to preserve ECAN and don't get involved in that flood clearance work. But at GBET, you decide to set up your own group and do that, and that's fine. And it would be my intention that the Wisco was to take over that particular work. So therefore, it transferred through as part of the stormwater work in much the same way as the opening of the lagoons down here and potential flooding events passes through the Wisco as well, along with those consents to do so. So that's the way it's operating. Generally speaking, we don't have a role in river or creek management. That is ECAN's preserve. GED situation, it's a little bit unusual because set up their group to do so, that's fine, but it's not a standard practice. And Warwick Township, we collect a rate for the maintenance of the flood protection around the town there. It's a historic thing that's been ongoing for a very long time, and
Thank you for the context around that. Chris, did you have a question?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair to the CEO. The question I have is, as we know, later in this meeting, we are going to be addressing the consents issues. I've researched over the weekend and read a lot in regards to these. There's quite a few areas here that cross over into what Councillor Daly's drafted up. So the question I'm asking the CEO is, will these, again, the question is, will the responsibility of these assets transfer to the WACO, or will they remain with ECAN when regards to the consents? That's the question. So I can pick any one of the many in the stormwater that we are going to be discussing later today. CR 102-807, for example, construct, remove and structure, disturb bed, clear vegetation, riparian margin earthworks. For Horsley Terrace, Herring Side, Embley Beach Road. I'm only picking that because it's stuck up. There's a crossover point in that consent where the legality of the operation lies. Does it rely with us? Does it rely with ECAN, or does it rely with the WACO? That's the question. I'm using that as consent just as an example. It is a tricky question. I accept that, but could he elaborate for us to understand so we can move forward on Mr. Daly's query?
I don't see the relationship to Vincent Greer. I think we put that one to bed because that was about a specific rating group. But as far as the council-owned assets, stormwater assets, will transfer through to Kaikoura Huronui Water Services Limited, along with the consents to operate those assets, and where those consents don't have assets associated with them, either they're simply works in a river or a stream or in the coastal marine area or wherever they are, then those consents will pass to the company as well. So they will have the consents which will enable them to do the work required to take water, to discharge water, to work in stream bed, whatever those existing consents are. And they'll have any assets associated with the transfer, with the expectation that they'll give effect to those consents to either provide water, take discharge water, or do as required. According to the conditions of those various consents.
Supplementary question through the chair.
Yeah. I'm just.
We're getting away from where we should
Correct.
be. Yeah, maybe can I revisit this later in the day,
Yeah,
please,
because I
Madam
think
Chair?
we're asking questions about who's paid that, and it's not relevant to the adoption of our draft budget. So
Thank you.
I do want us to come back to that with an outcome here.
I'm just talking about the GED one. What my worry is, it was set up about 20 odd years ago for a purpose. Worked well, I don't want to see, because we've just disappeared, that crack willows don't stop and all those sort of things don't stop because another water company's been set up. So, I'm just trying to make sure that work's done, because to me, I don't think it fits the new water company's job description or goes, and it's still going to be a hole.
So in that regard though, we admitted that there's a
Yeah.
further discussion that needs to be pulled back through in the LTP.
Yeah.
I think it's, I guess, Jason will have written himself a note, you've probably written yourself a note, and that will come through and be fed through that discussion for the LTP. That's what I've heard as a solution to the GED. The peculiarity of the GED situation, in that history. So I'm relatively comfortable that we can continue with this draft budget paper with knowing that that's going to happen. You happy with that one? Thank you.
Just something I want to raise, it shouldn't hold things up, but I just want to make a note really. In the Glenmark Amenities area, when they're looking at signing off on this budget, there are some unanswered questions that are quite significant. Some of the communities there on wages and the costs associated with that. So in order for them to have accuracy, I know we've had a big year, and it's just trying to make sure we've got the things either costed in the right place, or so they're looking to have a better idea of that information probably prior, so that they can make an informed contribution to this process. So I just wanted to note that, shouldn't hold us up today, because they will have an opportunity to come back if they get the correct information. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, in regard to the paper, so Jason, is there anything further that you want to take us through about the sample property there? Yeah.
The sample property analysis, and I provided a copy of this separately on last Tuesday, but it just we've got 25 properties that we do monitor, and monitor the potential movement in the rates for those properties based on the bearing in mind that for the 26-27 year, the current financial year, the rates were set on the capital value set in 2022, whereas for the 26-27 year, the rates will be set on a capital value, the updated capital value from last year. So the 1st of July this year is the first time that the new capital values will be applied to rates, and then based on sort of average water use, or the types of water use, or whether that property is connected to a sewer, whether that property has a tourism rate, or whether that property receives refuse collection, and also the potential number of fixed charges applied to that property. Whereas we could easily say that a huge farm with only has a lot of fixed charges, but in reality, that large farm may have 4 or 5 individual cottages on it for workers. So will receive multiples of the fixed charges. So the sample property analysis is there to try and provide us wider types of properties that receive differing levels of service, or differing differing
Service requirements.
within each area. So, for instance, Amberley do not pay a medical centre rate, whereas Chigwell and Murray do. So it's important to differentiate the various rating areas, because they will receive a different level of rates increase rather than a standard 3.97% across.
And the sample property analysis will be on the website as part of that information to conveyance to
and there will be avenues for individual rate holders to inquire what it does mean to their properties as well. Because they might not have, they'll have a sample property within this pack that will closely resemble their property, but wouldn't be accurate and would be able to, and particularly if that property had received a significant increase or a significant decrease in their capital values from the previous years, which will have an effect on.
Okay, councillors, we've worked our way through the draft annual plan 26-27 paper. Jason has stepped us through that. And it's not the first time we've seen that information about the questions and challenges being considered and reconsidered. The numbers but one of the stark reminders is the, the fuel impact and the cost and position that it's going to be, and not only for us to do on service, but the community so on that's been one of the biggest in this budget proposal. Couple of actions that I've heard from that is the Deep River thing, which is happening in the Glenmark, looking for further analysis, I guess, on the costings. But other than that, I trust that councillors who have sound understanding of this draft budget and which will enable us to, with our community.
Madam Mayor, I note the ongoing volatility in fuel prices considerably since we did these numbers. Just I've had a discussion about how we handle that and track that volatility. Actually adopt correct increases on the day. We'll have a better view, I guess, of where that's heading, and that may result in increase rate depending on which way it is. Trend, I guess, will be the key there.
So, you will know from having read the paper that we will adopt finally on the 30th of June, I think it is, which is the final day that we have to do that, and take the opposition to the actual meeting day. So, you heard from the CE and CFO that they will, track and monitor those actually geopolitical position of and the impact of increasing fuel prices. So, I appreciate Is there any other questions, councillors? It's 11 o'clock. But if that being the case, is there a willingness to consider the recommendation on page 1 in your package for council to adopt the draft budgets for the 26-27 Shall we move on, Tom?
Yep.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Fiona? Any other discussion, councillors?
Liam, if I may, is it possible for us to make a tag note to this exception that we will review the fuel costs going forward so that it's a noted item in this discussion? Because it could make a major effect, as the CEO's pointed out.
Madam Mayor, normally through a submission process or a feedback process, there will be a paper brought by myself, just noting some adjustments. I mean, we may have some adjustments for Glenmark. I'll certainly note the adjustments we'll make to the forecast for the Deep River and how it flows through from there. And also things move. We may have a better line of sight on insurance, for instance, by the time we get to that point, we may be able to bring that down or have to increase that. So those sort of things. It is a moving target, unfortunately, and then we've got one opportunity to nail it, and even on the 30th of June, it's probably going to be out of date. But we'll certainly have that discussed as part of that process.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking in regards to Steve's question earlier about order, I mean, it's all of those things that will need to be adjusted. But I'm comfortable with moving seconder that the comments are noted, Chris, through the minutes, and I guess it's a whole of all of us that are here to continue to review that as we get to that final adoption on the 30th of June. So if there's no further comments from councillors, I just order a seconder, all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you, Jason, for that healthy discussion and always better understanding of this process. Councillors, it is 11 AM, so I am afraid to morning tea. If we could be back here in the room for 10 past 11, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
And, acknowledgement of this early departure. So councillors, we've got further 4 decision items, and our first one is the interim statement of expectations. But I'll ask you to turn to your paper on page 2, but also you'll have the appendices that we received this morning, and just for the 3 or 4 track changes that we can speak to those. But, Claire, can I ask you to come to the oh, you're going to do it. Okay. Amish, thank you. If you can take us through this paper, and we can note those changes in the letter that we've got to the appendices. But yep, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, apologies for the late circulation of Appendix 1. That was an administrative oversight on my part, so I'll take full responsibility for that. As you recall, you've developed this the draft interim statement of expectations for the water company in January. That was then passed to the directors for their comments, and the purpose of the report is for you to have a look at how those comments might impact on the statement of expectations. The comments provided by the directors, some of them related to the statement of expectations, and some of them didn't. There was a range of comments, some of which are covered in other areas. So what we've done is we've taken the areas that related directly to the statement of expectations and amended the statement of expectations to include those comments. The amendments are minor at best. So the general manager for the chief executive officer, which is the position that I've recruited for. And I note that on page 2, we missed one general manager, and in the third paragraph, third bullet point, we haven't taken that general manager out, so that needs changing as well, so chief executive officer. We've put a bullet point in their quarterly meetings between the KHW's chair, the mayors and shareholding councils, the meetings between the chair, chief executive officer, and each of the shareholding councils, those quarterly. Over to page 9. Just take out a little bit where it says draft, this is the final now. So yeah, it's the extent of the changes.
Yeah, that's thanks, Hamish, for that. Yes, I noted the CEO, and I just wondered whether in that third bullet point, meeting between AHWS chair and the CEO with each of the shareholding councils, at least every quarter, I think would be a better way to phrase that statement. It gives much more certainty and clarity of what's expected. So yeah. And I just want, sorry, can I just ask, if you go on page 4, about the annual plan, number 10, I've just noticed this now. So we've got draft annual plan 26-27 financial year, no later than 27 May 26. It should be 20. Should it be 27 or what? Is that 20? Is it date correct?
This is the annual plan for 26-27.
Okay, so that's correct. Okay, all right, that's all right. So councillors, I'm conscious around timing, but we have received the information, and of course completely got no other comment I need to make on that one. But I'm happy to receive any feedback on the adjustments to that or the amendments as written in the paper. But thank you, Chris.
Through the chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to take more time than today to review this. I know they might only be minor, but I'd like to cross-reference them with the rest of our arrangements to make sure that we don't have changes that could cause issues a bit later, I'd like to table that we put this back to another meeting, giving each of the councillors significant time to research the changes. I know they seem small, but sometimes the devil's in the detail. And I'm just asking, considering the lateness because of the workload at council, that we would honour this agreement by doing such a thing, and I'd like to table that as an opportunity.
For discussion, I guess. Can I just ask, Hamish, what would be the impact, same and normal procedures on the adjustment to the time frame, what would be your impact?
No, it's delays, finalisation of statement of expectations to the directors.
Okay, thank you. Radio,
I need to, Madam Chair, through the chair, I will note that during the legislation, we do have time up our sleeves according to the legislation that's firmly in place in government's documents, which I researched over the weekend. I won't go into where they lay because I'm sure that the CEO and the relevant officers are well aware of it. I'm just saying that our community, our councillors just need a little bit more time to review the small amendments, so there's not to be sure, that's all.
yeah, I mean, I guess in fairness, the track changes, I'm happy to spend time to ensure that the track changes, but the rest of the document is as we had previously written and received and accepted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I'm happy to spend some time on the track changes. I offered that at the beginning of today's meeting, to be fair, but in relation to the contextual change, I think, you know, I'm happy to hear what other councillors have. Any other comment? Yep. I'll go to Brett and then Steve and then Brett and Steve.
I've just got a quick question through the chair, just in relation to page 4, number 11, revenue collection. It makes mention, and I apologise if I haven't said it through this, makes mention of the collection of that, but it doesn't refer to charges for that collection, whether I think we spoke about at some stage. The charge that we may impose for the collection of those funds.
So you're saying when we
We collect on behalf.
Tara on behalf of the company.
Yeah, I
And
thought there was a discussion on the covering of the costs that will incur by doing that.
And Mayor, this is the statement of expectations that previously approved as a draft. And we make some minor changes to the draft. We're not looking to review the whole statement of expectations. Okay. Small, like another draft to the directors of the company. It's provided the draft statement of expectations. It doesn't have, the statement of expectations doesn't have to cover every single facet of providing the main thrust of your expectations to the directors. So what are the big ticket things that you want?
I understand. Thank you.
I guess in context, Steve, I'll come to you. In context, this document, we thoroughly teased that out initially, and there was some adjustments or amendments made to the document. Kaikoura done the same. This document in its entirety has gone into the directors, and the directors have come back with those changes that we see in this paper today as track changes.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the fundamental context of the first cut, if you like, of the interim expectation has not changed. It's just the track changes.
Thank you.
I need to go to Steve and then I'll go to you, Chris.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you, and through the chair, I think you've clarified that well for me. This is purely the tracked changes that we're looking at, nothing more. We've already gone through the draft interim document back in January, and there's been no other amendments or changes to this other than what we can see in the blue on the track changes. And they are very minor in terms of administration as opposed to content.
Thank you. Chris?
Just going back to page 4, that change in date. I'm assuming the reason for it is I wanted more time to put that draft plan together. I also see we need time to review and provide comment on that in your plan. And my concern is, does that limit our time to do that by setting that so much later?
So, Madam Mayor, we did not have the draft annual plan for KHWS developed by the time of their board meeting. And we will have to for them in time for May. So that's a change that is brought about by us not having their plan ready to approve. Meeting. So they'll approve it at the May meeting, and we come back to us with comment. I don't think it will take us long to put in comments, given that we have a reasonable knowledge of what the plan looks like through its development.
Yeah, so as long as there's no major changes to it, it should be reasonable.
So I'm just wondering, Fiona, I'm just wondering if we perhaps just logically go through this document as we read it, and knowing that the structural intent has not changed, but just focus on the suggested changes on the interim statement of intent, so that we don't lose sight of what those fact changes are. That would seem to me as if a good logical way to manage the paper. To Chris's point, it gives us time to consider each of those fact changes. Are you all comfortable with that? Yeah, rightio, let's do that. So there's no changes to page 1. Oh, Fiona, did you want to comment, or I just?
Thank you. I was just looking for clarification. I know we did some work on this. Is this the first time we've seen it in its outside of that workshop area that the statement of expectations as we work through and sorted our questions and queries?
And then you approved this in the council meeting. February, right?
Okay.
So the directors have come back with their comments. We've incorporated those into this document. And with your approval, this would become your final statement of interim statement of expectations, which lasts for a period of months before you put the actual statement of expectations in place.
Thank you. Subsequent to that, so this is an interim one. What would be different with the next one?
So in an interim one, you're allowed to be more directive than you are in the statement of expectations. So there's some things you're allowed to do in an interim one. Statement of expectations. And the statement of expectations is legally binding on the company. So the company has to live up on the statement of expectations.
Thank you. Maybe and following on from that, which makes this a particularly significant document, because our only recourse if we're not happy with the work that's done is to hold them to account on our statement of expectations. And if this is the time that to clarify, if we're very directive in this part, does that transfer through to the final, or can we not be that directive in the final? Would it have to alter if it was too directive now?
So this is the final interim statement of expectations. We will develop a new statement of expectations. Claire, when we're starting work on that new statement of expectations?
I would imagine it will be as soon as possible after transfer date, so in the first quarter of the next year. This can only last for 6 months.
Thank you. That gives me some understanding, but I still say this is one of the most significant, well, this one and the next statement of expectations are probably some of the most significant decisions that we will make with this. Away from that, I was just going to look for some clarification, because we asked about the Treasury policy last time. I just want to be sure that we inserted the comment we had in the Treasury policy, the belts and braces approach about outside funding. I haven't, so we discussed it there. I wanted clarification and assurance that it is in the Treasury policy that has gone forward.
Question. The Treasury policy did not get on board. Jason's working with them for draft Treasury policy consideration by board. The thing about couldn't mean to anybody else, that was in the context of a line of credit document, and it's gone in that document. It wasn't in this document. There's nothing to say it couldn't be, but in terms of there would be an extra thing. I also note that not all of this is directions. There's only one section which is directions. That's bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Directions are thou shalt. Mostly things that are not enduring. They're things that relate, mostly they're things that relate solely to the transfer. So therefore they're not applicable to the next statement of expectations, like transferring the staff, transferring the liabilities, and transferring the directions. Not about how to operate the company.
Madam Mayor, I'm just, as I say, when it comes to where they can borrow money from in the future, I think that was in what they would use for what?
Nothing.
Oh, you're muttering to yourself,
I'm
sorry.
muttering to myself on the sliding door. I'm sorry, pardon me.
Security, what would be used, and I think that is important to the people we represent, to have some surety of understanding about whether they can go to outside overseas businesses, that type of thing. So that was quite significant to know that is forming part of that Treasury policy. We were going to sign off on it. If it's being drafted, just clarification, if we get an opportunity to sign off on that as well, if it's getting more information in it than when we last looked at it.
Yeah, for that, the Treasury policy is being drafted on it. Would we see outside to yeah.
I'm not sure that we would, to be absolutely honest, but I will defer to my Treasury elders and betters on this.
Can you not up on this? I know you're busy.
Yeah. The inquiry is about the process for adopting the draft Treasury policy being developed by Bancorp.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would come here, and I wasn't sure that it would. I thought it would go to the board if they was going.
Not sure whether there is a mechanism for it to be adopted by council, as well as the company. It is the company's treasury policy, but if you wish to review a version, bring it here if there is a need.
The concern was the concern raised at the last council meeting about the line of credit, which now includes a provision that says you can only borrow from the LGFA and from one transaction. Yep. So that's been changed, but the question was whether or not there was anything new to go in the interim statement of expectation, and I wasn't sure that it was.
So, Madam Mayor, we're getting ourselves tangled up between a range of documents. So the line of credit that we've offered to the company includes statements about where they borrow money from, etc., as instructed by council at the time. We've done that, and it doesn't need to be retrospectively. Yeah, it's done. It's agreed. This statement of expectations is the document that we agreed to in February. Changes.
Just following on from that, I wasn't suggesting that we bring it in here. I was just seeking clarification that the information from that meeting had been included in the policy that was going to them. I wasn't suggesting for a moment we put it in this document. That was,
So just to be clear, it's not in the policy, it's in the letter of credit that we offered to the Wisco.
Come to you, Chris, I'll just see if there's a follow-up query and.
I think, Madam Mayor, I am a little, so I'm just initially, when we first discussed that, we wanted an understanding of whether the Wisco was able to go and borrow. So the interim one, it's from us for our line of credit. And I know that this doesn't necessarily relate to this, but this is a whole body of work that if I can explain it to people in my area, I do need to understand it. Can they, after this initial phase, go and borrow money from anywhere they like? Is the arrangement that it's from us or one bank only in the interim? And after that, they can do what they please.
So, the Wisco can do as it chooses. The board makes those decisions. They have their treasury policy and they'll work within the boundaries of the treasury policy. But of course, they can change their treasury policy over time. We have offered a line of credit. If they take up that line of credit, certain restrictions associated with that line of credit. Once they're no longer using that line of credit, those restrictions will no longer apply.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Madam Chair. I brought that to the attention at that last meeting, post us preparing this document. That information was not put in front of us until after we'd agreed to the interim. So I feel that the cart was put in front of the horse a little bit on this particular item. And it's worrying to hear that there is no, I'm reading the legislations and I've been trying really hard to find suppression, and there's a big hole there that allows foreign investment or other investment into this entity, as the CEO has clearly indicated, that in time the Treasury policy can be adjusted. So I think what my friend, Councillor Harris is suggesting is that we need to be a little bit more vigilant about how we protect foreign investment or potentially outside investment getting its fingers into our water in the long-term event. And that, I think, is what I would stand on. And I come back to my original statement at the beginning of this discussion. I'd like to table that we have more time to recess and review, not necessarily the course of the original intent, but these changes, and also the fact that the cart was put in front of the horse over this issue of garden funding. And I did ask for it, and Jason kindly placed it, and it is in the minutes. The term braces, etc., was used, and I worry that in time we will lose control over that financial investment into our water services, and that's why I stand by my original statement at the beginning of this point. We need to review it, and we need to discuss a little bit more, perhaps away from decision making, to ensure that that area does not fall foul with our community.
Madam Mayor, I note whatever funding source you use, whether it's trading banks or whether it's the LGFA, your debt is largely sourced in foreign markets.
So, Madam Chair, I have to answer and talk to that. As a person who lends tens of millions of dollars for clients every day, I'm well aware of that. It's about how we control our funding through which entity goes to that water. Not allowing CCP through a Malaysian company who are actively working up here now, or another company from another part of Bolivia or Peru, I'm here, Bolivia or Peru, putting funding through, which is all I'm saying. And what I've said from the beginning is that the water is so precious, control of it can be manipulated through funding. So I don't need an education on where fundings come from. I appreciate that being brought to the table, but it's about the entities who do the final paperwork, who are on the board or on there influencing our directors to make decisions. And that I worry about in the long term. Again, we were asked to make a decision on this document and then the decision, which we agreed to, then we were privy to being a financial point that I brought to council on the previous council meeting, of which Jason put it into the treasury. The question I come back to again is I think all of us need to take a little bit of a step back on this. We still have time. The legislation is really clear how much time we've got up, right through to October, September, October next year. It's in the documentation. It's on the government logistics legislation network. We are able and do have some time, and I don't think we should rush. Thank you. I apologise if I've annoyed somebody, but I'm just standing up for my community.
Thank you, Claire. Have you got a response that can help?
Not necessarily directly to some of those points about which I'm not usually involved in the same level of financial activities. I'm noticing that the Treasury policy is a temporary thing that can be changed. This is a document that is also temporary and can be changed. The line of credit, once it's finished, once they've paid the money back, that can be changed. So if we're talking about really long term, none of these documents is actually going to achieve that type of objective. The only place of exerting that type of control would be through foundation documents. We've already proved, but not immutable.
Thank you, Claire, for your the articulation of response. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, thank you through the chair again. Thank you for the response from the officer. I appreciate it. However, we need to make sure in the medium to short term that we've covered this off, because I'll be pretty honest about it. Whether we retain our water assets in 35 years is a whole different discussion. None of us would know an answer to that. Right now, we're talking medium to short term, and we've also got constituents out there who are putting their hand in their pocket to feather the nests unnecessarily, or the costs involved. And for that, it's our responsibility as councillors under our legislations to ask the questions and to be held account. And that is something we have to remember. We made these decisions. We found a little hook that we're not comfortable with. There are many ways we can contain it, through the legislation, through the Treasury document, and through supplementaries. The additional requirements and statements of expectation, clauses 227, 228 from 225 through, give us opportunities to do so. So I just, again, would like to put it before the room that we should take it to a query whether or not the room is prepared to go away and look at this document over a short period of time. It doesn't have to be weeks, and come back to the table to carry on through and tidy this little bit up. Thank you.
I understand what's being said here, and I think, we're trying to ring fence assets in the long term that they're not passed into foreign hands. To me, it's not an issue of this council, it's an issue for the whole country, that every council will be looking at this in the same way. And that will come from direction from national government through legislation. Yes, and I understand what we're trying to achieve, but I sort of feel long term, can we actually alter what's going against legislation? That's my concern. Like I understand what we're trying to achieve, but the reality is, can we actually achieve it or not?
Yes, in many ways we can achieve the influence that I'm hearing from councillors through the monthly meetings, the quarterly meetings, the appointment of directors, and this for me feels as if we have got that ability to be influential in that sector to avoid a company going down pathways that does not suit this council or deliver results. I'm looking for some direction, councillors. And to my way of reading of this document, if we look at the previous adoption of and the feedback from the three appointed directors, do I have confidence in you all that we can continue with this document as we see it at the moment? I need to hear from you. I have relative comfort to look at the bullet pointed notes in this document. Chris?
Yeah, look, to be honest, when this appendix didn't come through, by a given day, I was a bit apprehensive making changes last minute, but due to the minor nature of them, I'm happy for it to actually be passed as it stands.
Anybody else like to? Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through the chair. We have already looked at this document. The changes are very minor. Changes are highlighted for us. I think the suggestion that you made that we go through each page where there are changes, discuss those changes to determine whether or not this document, irrespective of the very valid points that have been raised by Councillor Carthy and Councillor Harris, they are very valid as to the long-term future in foreign investment. But foreign investment into this country is something which is significantly bigger, as I understand it, than a local council. It goes through the overseas investment offices, etc., etc. There are restrictions on foreign nations investing into our country. What that looks like in the future, none of us know. So I think it would be really useful to bring us back to the point that you made, which is to go through the track changes on each page of this document to determine whether those changes reflect any substantive changes to the draft that we agreed earlier on in this year through the council.
I'll see around the room, is there any?
I think I would agree with everything that's there. So,
Look, I understand the things we've raised don't necessarily pertain to this. My only concern is what other opportunities we have to influence, and perhaps some of these discussions should have come up earlier. Or we've had a massive workload. You don't always get an opportunity to get the clarity of the questions like we get asked out in the community. So I'm reasonably comfortable with the track changes. I'm less comfortable overall with how much influence on behalf of our communities we will have in this process.
I'll just ask, so you're happy to continue?
Happy to continue on this, just noting my.
Yeah, thank you, and that's all. Chris?
I'm happy with the changes, but I'm not happy to make a decision on it today. I'd like that minuted too, please.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, the changes to me seem quite minor, and I think they don't actually affect the overall content of the document. I think that there, as has been raised by several members, that there are some other areas that we are concerned about, and over the course of the last year, 2 years, we have been teasing through problems and issues that we've had. I think that foreign borrowing, I think that affordability, I think that looking after our poorer members of society are really valid issues that we do need to keep our eye on. But I think, as you quite rightly said as well, we've appointed the directors, we will have the CEO, yourself, and then the council will have regular meetings together to express those. So I feel reasonably comfortable that they will be an independent board who will make their own decisions, but we will have influence. So I'm
I'm always disappointed in late reports, because getting stuff landed. So we've actually got a couple today. And, it's hard to make decisions when you get them just dropped in front of you. So I'll say that, and I want it minuted. Yeah, like I said, when we were going through it, the preamble, the front of legislations is we have no say anyway. So a lot of this is just not worth the paper for it. I look at the changes, and I was just wondering, Mary, it's got that the chair and mayors of the shareholding council meet every quarter, and I've got the council meets every quarter. I'm wondering, it's a bit of a double up, and wondering if why that the mayor has to meet secretly and not walk straight into and meet again with the council, where the mayor will be. I'm just wondering, would it be better the mayor and councillors meet? I'm just asking that question. There's the 3 bullet points there.
Yeah. Okay, so from your feedback, I have confidence that yes, we've got some issues, and I also accept the late report. That I noted yesterday, and we didn't receive the paper, so your feedback on the lateness of the report is not lost with me and with this council. So with your confidence, with the in the item 5.2, then we'll just go, so if I just go through page by page, and so we look at page 1, there is no changes to our original documentation. Are you all comfortable with that? So we'll just look at page 2, the first bullet point. The track changes now read monthly meetings between the Hurunui District Council and the Kaikoura District Council, Chief Executive Officers and the KHWS Chief Executive. That will be the new statement in this interim statement. You're all comfortable with that track change as it's written? Yeah, getting a few nods around the table. I need some feedback, guys.
Yes.
Thank you. The second bullet point is quarterly meetings between KHWS Chair and the mayors of the shareholding councils. And I guess if we listen to Vince, what he's raised, that is that where there is that double ups sit. So I guess the quarters don't need to be on the same month, they can be actually spread, that could be effective helpful discussions as well. Any feedback on that? Thank you, Steve.
Just a question, and Hamish might be able to help us with this point. What was the intent of that change, i.e. bringing the KWS chair and the mayors and then separating it out so that we have those two? What was the intent behind that?
So this is designed to be a governance to governance meeting with no chief executives involved. It's a catch up between the chair of the board and the mayors of the councils, so they can just run through any issues or concerns or red flags they see without officers involved, making sure that that's all running smoothly.
And then, if I may just follow up with that, and then that would give the opportunity for the mayor to then perhaps brief council before they come into their meetings further down track in the third bullet point.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity for number one, the mayor to provide any feedback to KWS that's coming from around the council table, as well as bringing in messages back this way. But it is strictly designed to be that governance to governance meeting, whereas the next bullet point, that's designed to be the formal reporting of to the council that's recorded in the
Based on that sort of understanding, Murray, I personally have no problem with that track change.
Yeah, and I guess there are other examples where the mayor would meet with the chair in this instance in that governance forum informally, and it would probably come through the mayor's diary. It would be a chance for the mayor to share, have a chat. It might also be a chance for the mayor to provide some insight, not just from what elected members might be saying, but actually what the community is saying as well. So I think just teasing that through in my mind, I think it's probably
a useful, another tier of discussion of dialogue. So,
is everybody comfortable with that? We'll keep that as it is. Yeah? Trustee Rice, are you happy?
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll keep that second bullet point as written, and now we understand the context for that. So the third bullet point is the meetings between the KHW chair and CEO with, I'll change it with each of the shareholding councils or designated council committee at least once every quarter. And that will be a formal agenda item from, maybe it'll be to full council or maybe it will be to an operations committee, I don't know. But it would, for us, given everybody sits on operations, if that was the committee report, that would make reasonably good sense, but there'll be a formal paper, I would imagine. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just asking is, the chief executive is meeting with the mayor and that, then it's got the general manager who's meeting with the council. Is that a different person?
No.
Needs changing then.
Yeah, the general manager is deleted and being replaced by the CEO because that was come back for feedback to say the directors preferred a CEO position as opposed to we suggested a general manager. So it's just a title change there. Same one person. Title change. Does that make sense?
Just is changing there.
Yeah. So I'm sure Graham's got that. So that's taken out here, page 2.
Just one more question, Chair. So it's a very formal, so it means that like councils can't ask any questions of the organisation. Because where do we get a chance to actually?
Would you not see that you would get a chance for a formal paper that would come to a designated council committee that you would raise whatever you wanted to raise, just like we do when Enterprise North Canterbury offer their statement of intent? You have a chance to say, and we have done with the statement of intent with the Enterprise North Canterbury over the last few years about sitting around this table. Correct? Thank you. Yeah, so you will have a chance. Are you happy?
No, just always.
Right. Okay, so page 3, there's no changes. Page 4, there is on number bullet point number 10 is the date. And we have a query around that, so that will remain at the 27th of May 2026. We have just asked that question around that. So we comfortable with that, guys? Yeah, a few nods, good, thank you. Page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, and then on page 9, the final statement is in total deleted, the final sentence, I should say. So that is deleted, the interim statement of expectation providing the draft KHWS would like to provide any comments in interim. So that's just what's happened now through this process. That's how I understand it, is that correct? Correct. Yeah. Okay. So we've gone through that deletion is just about the process of iteration that we've just gone through. All happy? Okay. Right. So we do have a recommendation now, considering that we've gone through. I know we've had some comments about the makes of the report and the making that belt and braces, trying to secure the future scenario. But we do have a recommendation on page 32, which adopts the revised interim statement of expectation with the amendments as noted. And note that the interim statement of expectation will no longer be effective once the statement of expectation has been prepared. So, is there any questions around
either as those statements or is there a willingness to move that recommendation? On the board? Or we get someone to move it in that regard? Thank you.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, yeah, I'm happy to move in line with the officer's recommendation that this paper, as it's been noted, that we move that in line with the officer's recommendations, in line with the amendments that have been made, and that it will no longer be effective once the statement of expectation comes into force and has been prepared.
Could I add something? Just very briefly, in the letter, this is the teacher in me, I'm really sorry. In the original letter, you actually had a final paragraph summarising the letter, and that has been deleted, and I think that actually a letter should have a final paragraph summarising what's gone on before, but that's just the teacher in me being very pernickety, and I'm happy to second Steve's.
Sorry, what with you? Sorry, are you saying a final?
If you look at page 9,
yeah,
there was a
yeah,
little paragraph there that has been completely deleted. I think there does need to be a little paragraph in there to actually format the letter properly.
yeah, okay.
That's all.
So we can
Minor, I know.
add that in, say the council was, you know, blah, blah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we do have a mover and a seconder. I'm happy to, if anybody wants to debate the recommendation next week. With that, thank you, I'll take silence as you're ready to vote. So all in agreement to that, the officer recommendation on page 32 of the paper, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any questions? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you for the input we had. Good discussion. We're running a wee bit. Are you like, okay, so a wee bit longer? Or, yeah. Okay. Thank you. We now take us to page 35 in your agenda pack. And this is in regard to the transfer of consent to the Kaikoura Community Water Services. For the work of this preparation of this report here, and are you speaking to this report? So yeah, if we open that up, Claire, if you just give us a bit of background to this, and we'll take some questions and then we'll look at a recommendation. So thank you.
As you're aware, the council has obtained a large number of consents relating to water services over the last few years, and that number continues to grow. We have identified there what's an actual fact 108. There are actually 27 water supply ones, so there's an extra one that was required since I wrote this, so there's now 27 water ones, but a total of 108 consents in the name of Coronel District Council, some of which are still in progress or on hold, but overall that number. As the water services entity is responsible for providing water services from the 1st of July, it will need to have the consents in its name in order to operate legally. It is advised it's going to take 8 weeks to do that. It only takes 3 to 4. But the amount of work involved is going to be significant. In addition to these 108, there are also the Kaikoura District Council ones. They will have a paper that's equivalent to this paper. And they've got about 35, which about 3 are in progress. It is a moving feast, and it could actually change a little bit between now and transfer date, but I believe that this is a complete list as at this time. It's been reviewed by people both from the compliance area and through the justice area. It does cost money to do this. At $180 per consent, it is going to cost just under $20,000 to do this. However, it isn't really an option because you don't have the consents. There are a very small number of consents which are not being transferred, and that's either because they're unable to be used for various reasons which are outlined there, or that we are required to surrender them in the case of one. So those reasons are detailed in this paper. I'll be the first to say I'm not a technical expert on the contents of the consents, but I'm happy to answer questions about the process.
Thank you, Chair, and I guess if we can perhaps keep our questions to the process to enable Claire to answer come to get to understand the context of why this, I guess, and how these consents are, as opposed to the delivery of those consent functions. That wouldn't be fair to ask you all questions of you of that regard. So we've got a question. Thanks, Chris.
Sure. Thank you through the chair. Claire, I believe we're vesting these, is that correct? We're investing the consents?
We're transferring them.
We're not vesting them. I noticed in the legislation vesting is an automatic transfer that we don't have to pay for. Does that not apply to this? That's all I'm asking.
ECAN has advised that this is the appropriate process and they provided the form to do it on.
Right, so the legislation, explain to me, I'm confused then, because when I went through the legislation of transfers over the weekend, just to assure so that I could discuss, knowing what I was talking about, not making a fool of myself, I saw it was we're vesting assets, which is already in our documentation, and now we're changing the term just for consents to transfer, not vesting, because vesting is an automated process, as we all know, that doesn't cost council, and it should be an automatic transfer. Is it ECAN? Are we legally obligated to do this through ECAN? Because the overriding legislation seems to indicate we could use another option. I'm just trying to save 20 grand, you know.
It's certainly the case that vesting is an asset. And so what we're going to do with all of the assets, so the water infrastructure assets and the vehicles, and the easements, and there's a whole raft of things that we are going to use the vesting process for, but this one is a different process.
Right, just in the process, so through the chair, just said in the process, I was reading exclusively RMA 1991 and amendments over this, and also cross-referencing it with the local government at Reed Water Services, and I just saw that the consents were considered under vesting as well. So I'm just asking. I was trying to save us some funds and speed up the process. That's it.
I'm happy to double check that.
Yeah, just a query, nothing more. Thank you, Claire. Sorry to bother you. Thank you.
Okay, so if we were asking Claire to consider exploring that to make savings that Chris has identified, which is a good thing, could we look at this recommendation to include a further exploration and vesting as opposed to transfer?
Through the chair, Madam Chair, yeah, I can help speed you up. It's under the new adjustment 139C, just in case you look, 139C. It's a new clause that's recently been added into the legislation here. And it's about vesting and automation of vesting, how do you say it?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
If the wording was changed to transfer or vest, would that meet the requirements while we sort that out?
Oh, look, I'm just thinking of, yeah, I'm just trying to save us some money, and if we can pick up the bill for free, hell, why not?
Yeah,
You know?
I think sorry, I'll come to you. If we looked at the recommendation that council agrees to transfer or vest the resource consents, that allows us to sort of progress this, but know that we're going to make sure that we're doing.
More than happy with.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. In the event that we do have to pay 20 odd K for these transfers, these consents, is there a mechanism that we can actually get that back or offset that 20 K against the cost of water that comes out, so that we actually benefits our ratepayers again? If we can't get it, as Councillor Carthy said, can we try and recoup it in another way?
Absolutely. All of the costs relating to this project are being accounted for separately, and for any debt incurred, now we have got some funding from the DIA, but if we do incur debt, which we haven't yet, then it would be transferred to the water entity.
But I guess in principle, I think it's worthy that we explore the vesting scenario. And if we can avoid that cost, you know, that would be our first priority, I guess, here as well. Discussion. does that sit comfortably with councillors? We could go, the identification of all of these consents is not for us to explore what they're going through and how they're going to perform. It's actually saying these are the drafted consents we need to transfer or vest in the new company. Okay, so have had a bit of discussion around this. Is there, consideration around the recommendation for those two new words, and that gives us the intent to progress this process. So, are you willing to move that?
Yes.
So Fiona,
With
just
that
to be
addition.
clear, Fiona's happy to move, and I'm looking for a second at that. Council agrees to transfer all vest the rules, consents and certificates of compliance. So I think that's the intent. Do I have a second for that? Brett? Is there any other discussion? That motion, all of them, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? That motion carried. So thank you, Claire. I think it will be pretty interesting how you get on with that, that alternate.
Yeah.
And, so, yeah, the feedback will be helpful. But thank you very much for your time and effort, and I really appreciate it. Okay, you're all happy, councillors, we're gonna move on. We've got our next paper, which is page 47, on your paper, item 5.4, and the NZTA proposal, State Highway 1 Mill Road intersection. And I warmly welcome Charlie and Emma to the to take us through this paper. Thank you, Emma. It's great to see you. I'm clicking the bell, everybody. Right, so right. Yep, okay. Emma's one of our another good staff member who does a lot in road safety area, which we're really grateful for. So maybe Emma, if you just talk through how this came about maybe, and then we'll look at the submission on page 50. Thank you.
So NZTA is consulting on a proposal to prohibit southbound right turn movements from State Highway 1 into Mill Road at Leaffield in response to safety concerns and a documented crash history at this location. We received notification on this proposal on the 15th of April, and there's a consultation period for stakeholder feedback, which closes on the 30th of April. Whilst NZTA was seeking stakeholder input, officers have considered it important that this proposal also reflects community perspectives, given the impact, local impact for change. For this reason, the proposal has been circulated to the Leaffield Community Committee and the Southfield Community Committee to give them an opportunity to respond to REC, and we're also seeking the views of council. I'm going to add a point of clarity here. We initially thought this might have been an early intention to change it by law, but I checked with James, this is our only opportunity to give feedback to the city. Charlie, Hamish and myself have prepared a draft on behalf of council that supports NZTA's proposal to prohibit the southbound movement from the State Highway 1 into Mill Road. We acknowledge that this is an appropriate safety response given the constrained road geometry, proximity to the bridge and crash risk at this location. Since writing the report, our local policing team, through Senior Sergeant Rob Irvine, has expressed support for NZTA's proposal, considering that long overdue and safety intervention for this intersection. In addition to what the proposal, our draft submission recommends some complementary measures to strengthen safety outcomes along this stretch of the state highway. We looked at it and it was impossible for us to view this intersection in isolation in terms of what we saw. To strengthen it, we are suggesting that Mill Road is made a left turn only when entering the South State Highway northbound only. That makes sense? Yeah. Right. Implementing a localised speed reduction, commencing south of Mill Road and extending north beyond the bridge and past Hursley Terrace intersections. And we've also recommended that they consider the same consistent turning controls at Hursley Terrace, which has around a similar crashes in the same period or more. Is the intent of the submission to advocate for a coordinated corridor-based approach instead of treating Mills Road intersection in isolation. So we are asking council to formally endorse our submission. We're asking for you to suggest any amendments you deem appropriate, and then we're also asking for the chief executive to lodge the submission on behalf of council to the NZTA.
Right. Thanks, Emma. That's great. This is, I think this has been a discussion around this council framework for a long time, and it was attempted several years ago without getting any action. So, the Mill Road intersection certainly has been, sadly, in that statistic data for a long time. So that's fantastic. I'll just start up with a couple of questions, because I totally support the Hursley Terrace being included in that whole corridor approach. But when I read the letter, I don't think we've got the information correct. And the fact that when I read what we've got in front of us here, council recommends, so consistent controls at Hursley Terrace, recommends the same access turning principle applied at Hursley Terrace Road, including prohibiting left turn entry from State Highway 1 for southbound vehicles. I think that should be, correct me if I'm wrong, prohibiting right turning entry from northbound should be prohibited. So I think
it might be both. I think it's left turn into, because you're again the same, run to the same problems with the geometry as turning right into Mill Road as you do turning left into Hursley Terrace. So if you're heading south,
I'm talking from northbound traffic, because this says southbound traffic. I'm southbound and want to turn left into Hursley Terrace, I would just make a left. Yep. But if I'm coming right, we're trying to avoid people going right across. Yeah.
I think there's probably an argument for both.
Okay. Maybe you can make it clearer, but for me.
So then you're correct, you don't want northbound traffic turning right across.
Yeah.
The lane. I take full responsibility for that error. I can't tell left from right anyway. And I have to go like that and go. So I'm one of those people, unfortunately. So I was the one that put that sentence in there, and I got around the wrong way.
So I think then I would just like us to have another wee look at that, to consider that we make sure that we are submitting on is actually the accuracy that we are offering or wanting to change.
So what I've reworded that to Madam Mayor is council recommends that the same access and turning principles be applied at Hursley Terrace Road, including prohibiting right turn entry from State Highway 1 for northbound vehicles.
Correct.
So if you're travelling north,
yeah,
you cannot turn
correct.
Right.
And then it goes on to say movements to left turn only when entering State Highway 1. So if I'm coming out of Hursley Terrace, I can turn left and go over the bridge quite safely without crossing.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think if we can tidy that up, you've nailed it. Actually, that's under my opinion. So let me just check. I'll go to Brett and then I'll go to Vince. I'm going in the room.
There we go.
Sorry, through the chair. You've covered off my expectation of what I thought that should have been as well, was turning in right. Localised speed limit, can I confirm that's 80 kilometres an hour? Yeah. And how long would that extend for if I'm going to head north coming back? Coming into Amberley. So how far through that terrible stretch of road are we talking?
Through the chair, I mean, the reality is that if there is a speed limit reduction there, it'll be as short as NZTA will make it. So you'd probably be 200 metres north of the Hursley Terrace intersection. if we were gonna advocate for any further speed limit changes there, it would be right the way up until the end of the corner past Cross Street.
Yeah, and just lastly, it's well overdue. It's a terrible stretch of road. And so I wholeheartedly endorse anything we can do in conjunction with the NZTA to fix that. Yeah.
Cool, thanks Brett, I'll go around, start from here. Thanks.
Good move, but I'm just worried a wee bit, we're moving problem further down the road, because that's a busy corner. You're gonna turn into Leaffield, aren't you, because you've got a I'm just trying to get in my mind is on the inland side, sort of left and right. Is there 2 roads there that go back out? Then you've got the one going down to
Another
Enfield
point
Beach.
to note here is that NZTA and the Inland Transport Program had a intersection redevelopment for Mays Kings Road and for 27 to 30. So they want to look at that intersection. So if this causes more traffic movements to go up and turn here, they're looking to redevelop that area.
So that we're talking about Pakiko Junction.
Yeah.
In the
So
future.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right, so.
Because there have been problems with that
Yeah.
one, haven't there? And I just worried that if nothing's done down there, all we're doing is just keep shifting it down the road.
Yeah.
'Cause it's a problem intersection as well, isn't it? No, yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be good if it was all done at the same time. Because, there's going to be a couple of years where it's going to be a bit of bedlam.
It's just through the chair, so at least at the intersection that you're referencing at Pakiko Junction, there's a flush median to turn.
Yeah.
So there is somewhere to stack traffic where I guess at Mill Road there isn't. So with the lower traffic volumes that turn into Leathfield, I don't imagine it will exacerbate a huge issue. But if it does, it's on the radar for improvements anyway, which is a good place to be.
Yeah, I think you're right, there'll be some residents that don't know, will see this, I think, would big improvement, that safety access, but may also be some residents that might not do that, so it's kind of getting the context, doesn't
Just
it?
because I carry on to that as a school bus or something, because I'm just going back with the road safety days, and I didn't think it would change much, was getting pedestrians across that bit of road too, to catch school bus and stuff. I know that over the years I've heard that comment.
That's been in the view of the road safety committee for ever and a day, is actually getting students at Leathfield Beach to school safely.
But by making, it just makes it more difficult to get across the road there, doesn't it?
So through the chair, so part of that intersection upgrade that's on the plan for entity, I believe it encompasses some sort of pedestrian component for the crossing there.
But anyway, coming back to this paper, I think we're getting a voice into.
But it all, we don't want unintended consequences from this, we've got to look at the whole picture.
Yeah, Tom.
This proposal doesn't restrict travel coming from Leathfield and turning north, i.e. turning right out of Willow Lane onto State Highway 1. It doesn't preclude that. It precludes the opposite but it doesn't preclude it from Willow Lane. I personally would have thought that turning right at that point in time, right at the end of the bridge, but the bridge actually does restrict your vision as well. I would have thought that that was as important as this one, but I bow to statisticians and traffic engineers who know more than me.
Through the chair, so all the crashes that are referenced as part of this CAS summary for the motivation behind this is all right turning traffic into Mill Road.
Thanks, Tom. Did you want to comment, Chris?
Yeah, I did actually, through the chair. I've got a couple of questions. Who put the proposal forward for the changes?
Thanks, Emma.
James Long is a senior road safety engineer.
Right, so it came internally, okay, thank you. The other part I wanted to ask you. Externally. So he's a consultant. He's NZTA, my apologies. So I'm just rattling through my questions really quickly because I know the time. Because we all know the bridge is the problem at the end of the day, you come over the bridge, you're blind. I travel that road daily almost times, and I know it's going south, it can be. You come over, you've got a car in front of you, they slam on the brakes, two in front of them's turning right into Mill Road. The question I would take back to Land Transport at NZTA would be, there is areas there for them to broaden and put a 2-lane setup or 1.5 lane setup or 2-lane setup going south, where but they'd have to alter the bridge to do it. I'm just looking at what the issue is with what Councillor Daly's talking about. We move the problem here, we are going to send it further down to Waipukeko Junction and later on. And I'm just wondering, has that been explored by them as an option, as opposed to just shutting the road off? Because the issues, I read all your documents over the weekend, thank you very much for those. It really is about southbound guys turning right, which seems to be a problem at the other intersection down by Waipukeko as well. Just wondering, because looking at the area, and I know it because I stop there occasionally and have, after I bought a coffee in Embley, I stop there and do my phone calls, and they're flying through there, you know, the speed's up. But there is area there where you could widen the road off the bridge on the eastern side. I'm just wondering if that's been considered by them or even thought in the proposal.
Through the chair, I imagine it probably hasn't due to cost. The knee-jerk reaction is to do something that's cost effective that will improve safety outcomes. Whilst yes, you might be right in deferring, I guess, the problem further down the road. Further down the road is also 2 kilometres of straight, great visibility, flush medians for turning, and a better piece of road. So I can't imagine that they would look at exploring either widening the bridges or the adjoining pieces of road rather than just prohibit right into it.
Right. Cost effective, happy days. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you for that response. Anything, yeah?
Look, yes, thank you. I also use that intersection quite a lot, and I'm always terrified. And I make both those turns. Everybody tells me not to be an idiot. Yeah. So I'm very cautious, and oftentimes if there's traffic coming, I will go on up the road. My daughter lives down Kaua River Road. They work in Christchurch, so every time they come home, they're going to have to travel all the way up to Amberley, to go all the way around to come down Hursley Terrace Road to get home. Is the other side of that, and to have neither entry to be available to turn that way, to shorten that trip without having to go all the way up to Amberley, will be an issue for them in the longer term.
Through the chair, I mean, there is the Crosses Road entry as well. Crosses Road, that's the road that adjoins State Highway, just this side of Hursley Church. So
on the bend?
Yeah, on the bend, so there still is an access point there. How efficiently you can turn into there, or what the unintended, I guess, the unintended traffic volumes that will be using that stretch of road after this change, I guess is neither here nor there, but yeah, there will be some additional travel time.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought there was none anywhere to get to Hursley Terrace, and that's quite a short diversion, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if this is a successful change, there will be some imposition. But I guess in the context of road safety, which is kind of giving oversight to this, it's just something we're managing. Yeah. Steve, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm quite interested in understanding through the chair what the amount of data is that actually shows that there is a requirement for this to happen. I'm very, very familiar with this section of road. I've driven it for decades backwards and forwards into Christchurch. I'm also extremely aware of the issues turning right across the northbound carriageway, but I am not sure that this is the best solution to the problem at all. And I think that the knock-on effects on a state highway are perhaps not the best way of doing this. There are other factors that we could consider, which we probably already have done, but I would be more in favour of reducing the speed limit, having hatch markings on the road to protect southbound vehicles, a reduction on the bridge as they come towards it. This can all be done electronically, a bit like Pine Acres, where we have the speed reduction come up and traffic is protected as it enters the state highway travelling north. So I don't know that this is the best way to do it. I'm also intrigued as to what the residents down Mill Road think about this, whether they think it's a brilliant thing, whether they've been consulted on it. Don't know, I've got absolutely no idea as to where they would sit on that. But I personally, I'm not in favour of this particular solution to this problem. I think there are more nuanced ways of being able to achieve the same effect.
Sure. So I think I probably agree with you in some principles. The road isn't wide enough to do hatch markings to protect southbound right turning traffic. If there was, they would have done a flush median, and they would have made some better turning controls at that point. Speed limit reduction is a great mechanism to use to reduce severity of outcome. I did actually, before we came in here, go and have a look at the statistics because I wanted to see it for myself. 3 instances, I think it references in the document that was provided, it references 8 crashes. There was 3 crashes there that were rear end right turning traffic into Mill Road. I then compared that against the outcomes at Hursley Terrace, and there is double the crash at Hursley Terrace than there is at the Mill Road intersection. So I find it, again, a little bit odd that we're looking at Mill Road in isolation. But as far as, I guess, what bang for your buck in terms of road safety outcomes, there probably isn't another measurement that can be put in place as quickly that will have, I guess, the same or better outcomes for the cost. And to tail into the end of that, this is an NZTA proposal, and they'll do what they like anyway. And you know, I think it's just making sure that they've looked a little bit wider than the immediate problem. I think it's probably the most important part, certainly from my point of view anyway.
And I think, you know, just to your point, Steve, that this isn't something that we, HDC, have created. This is something that NZTA have come to us, and we're giving it as much emphasis on that portion of road that we all know incredibly well, and we've all made those, you know, decisions to turn right across and traffic, whatever. So this is in someone else's context an opportunity for us to get the best information we can, but there will be some impositions by some residents that this proposal was through NZTA through this limited gateway really. There's not enough. Yeah. Do you want to comment, Chris, just then?
Yeah, I had a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, some have been answered. Is that they're stopping that right turning traffic off into Mill Road. It's a cheap, cost-effective way I sort of saw. My concern is that when you start restricting people turning, they need alternatives. I mean, so shifting from Mill Road down to Kirk Junction is possibly not a huge position. My concern was more about the Hursley Terrace. Sorry, yeah, well, if you can't turn north here, what's your options? And then you say, if it is just shifting a couple hundred metres up the road onto a corner, is that actually a better option or a worse option?
Yeah. Cross this road is probably a worse option.
Yeah. And my concern is, you know, if people can't turn right and it's too far around, you turn left and then do a U-turn, which I've seen plenty of times, which is actually a worse option. So yeah, I guess my concern is, you know, you're trying to improve something, but you just cause more issues. Yeah, and then reducing the speed limit. People I talk to, their biggest complaint going to Christchurch is the number of speed changes. And as I say, we're just putting another one in. I think if we're stopping those people turning right off the end of the road, just possibly building a lot of pressure anyway, so maybe.
Okay. Brett, you've had a bit of a say, but anything else?
No, I guess that through the chair, just to follow on, my concern is shifting that problem a little bit towards across this road, which wouldn't be an unintended consequence, it would be a direct flow on, that people would take that, they would not want to drive all up to Embley Beach Road, so I totally understand that. So it's interesting, I hadn't thought of that. I like the idea of restricting flow into Hursley Terrace, but I would be loath to think that we would create more of an issue on an uprising bend, either going down or up, either one. So I guess putting that puts it into context. I hadn't thought of that. Thank you.
Okay. So, I guess in this instance, so guys, we, have been teased out some of the issues and we exposed some, other issues that amongst this, but, the intent really is that we would, submit this proposal with those corrections, and give support to the submission being lodged. So, unless I hear an alternative view, that is the intent with some changes to the big
Sorry, I was just going to maybe check for some clarification. If we're making this recommendation, it would be good to have consulted with some of the people actually affected by the change, or at least inform them that it might be coming along if we're supporting this.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to move the recommendation.
So just before, I'll get a second before that as well, but you've sent the submission as written, is it to Southwood Community Board and the Leafield Community Residents Committee?
That's correct.
Yeah, and have you had any feedback from either? Southwood probably haven't had such to meet with you.
Not really.
No, okay, but they could submit on their own, in their own hat. Yeah, okay.
We would be following up with that slight change in the respect of the left hand or right hand turn into Hursley though, to these people that the board has sent, because presumably they've seen that first without the change that we talked about. You know how it's prohibiting left hand turn, but we're actually right hand turn, so presumably we need to advise those guys.
The committees have seen James Long's proposal, not our subsequent bit with complementary measures.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
so maybe just to follow that through, is it the intent that with the changes as discussed in the submission, would we send a copy of the final submission to Southwood people and or? Thank you. Isn't it?
There are no submissions in June by the 30th, so that wouldn't give much time to.
Oh, yeah, okay,
do
sorry.
anything. So what
I
you
can
know,
factor that in.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it was quite unusual.
Yeah.
Ian was the only person in the organisation that was sent the NZTA proposal. Didn't go to anyone else, and then Ian's flagged it with Charlie and myself,
Yeah,
Well done.
and Ian has then gone to those two, you know, the Southwood
Yeah, sorry.
Community Board and the residents at Leathfield and said, hey, you guys are aware of this. So
Okay.
we've done our best
Yeah, okay.
to get this out there.
Yeah.
And this is just a council response.
Yeah, right, yeah.
The rushed nature of the consultation tends to suggest that NZTA will take non-blind notice of anything we say anyway, except for the fact that we support, you know, the change to Mill Road.
Way late on the timings, but I think, yeah,
Just-
still take up, I think, Chris, you had a question, and then Steve, and then I'll get a second or.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through, I think we also have to take into context too, that the new motorway we're getting done out of Auckland, traffic flows will increase through here in due course. So it may be that they're thinking ahead on their decision making. Because I think once that new bypass through Woodend, we're going to see an increase in traffic.
Certainly see potential change of behaviour.
Very much, yes.
Final comment?
Madam Mayor, I was just going to make the suggestion that perhaps we could put something up on our council Facebook page, potentially about the NZTA having that conversation in the area it affects, and then that would be a faster way for people outside of those meetings who actually live down the roads to find out about it.
Yeah, 2 days.
Well, I mean, we're just letting them know that the NZTO come to us and asked us a question, and this is a proposal that's floating around, and that would be my suggestion. But other than that, I'm happy to stick with moving this.
Okay, I'll come back and get a second for a minute.
Just wanted to check, Madam Mayor, thank you. The officer recommendation, points 1 and 2, relates to the letter which is on page 50. That letter is what we are agreeing to. That letter is what we will be moving to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, with those
With those points.
Yeah, Okay, so Fiona has been moved with the recommendations to the submission. And I'm looking for a second, please.
Just, sorry, a quick comment and happy to second, but just still getting back to this, sorry, I keep getting crossing the road and with there's a keep thinking of horses. Yeah, I know. I just, sorry to Charlie and you, you're confident that it's a safety improvement, people turning north at Crossings Road as opposed to.
There's no specific direction to turn or not turn at Crosses Road. What we're looking at is the objective safety improvements that you would have by restricting movement at the same intersection either side of the bridge.
Yes, but to me, my concern is you're just pushing that issue a wee bit further. And is that actually a safer option or not?
Obviously, there may be some traffic movements that move there, some won't. I don't really know what the best option for Hersley Terrace would be if we didn't do the same. I guess the unintended consequence of doing nothing is worse things happen at Hersley Terrace.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're raising a valid point, Chris, that actually, people opinion would be that it would not be a successful safety improvement to have a greater volume of people being right turning across southbound traffic at Crosses Road. You know, yeah. Well, the only option would be to remain silent on the Hersley Terrace option. Yeah. I guess you can vote accordingly.
Okay. So I have got a mover. In regard to page 47 with the suggested amendments. Do I have a second? Great. Any other comments that you have to make it before? Okay, you understand what we are voting on. All in agreement to the recommendations, please say aye.
Aye. I wish to abstain.
And I'll get that. Can I, sorry, I didn't get clarity there. I'm going to ask you again, all in agreement to that, please raise your hand. Can we make it clear for Graham, please? Top 5. Thank you. 5. Thank you. Those voting against? Against. And any abstentions? Abstentions? This motion is passed by simple majority. Thank you. Thanks, Emma. Thank you, Charlie. Might want lunch, radio. We'll break for lunch. We will be back and we've got one final decision item, information. Council will be adjourned and we will reconvene at 1:05. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to council agenda for the 8th of April, and I will just take you through to page 59 in our agenda pack. Just before I hand over to Andrew, who's going to speak paper, I just for your information, I have sought advice from the CEO in regard to the notes in this paper that my name was mentioned a couple of times, but this paper is solely focused on process as opposed to decision-making capability of the district licensing committee. So the advice I've sought is that just by virtue of being on a committee doesn't automatically give you a you've got conflict in this matter. Considering this is just around a process of appointment. So I will continue to chair this portion of the agenda today. So Andrew, I'm going to hand over to you and you can take us through this this paper in regard to the district licensing committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'll just make this as quick a summary as possible, really. The purpose of this report is to seek council's confirmation of the selection criteria for the Haurungi District Licensing Committee, and in particular relating to the number of members that are appointed to the committee, the composition, specifically whether elected members and members of the public are permitted to be on the committee, and the criteria around where they reside. So council is required to have a district licensing committee appointed to make decisions under the Sales Trade Alcohol Act. We currently have a committee. It was appointed in 2021, and then there's been an extension of their tenure through the election period to allow us to get on to doing the recruitment and selection process. Appointments can be for a period of up to 5 years, and they can be renewed for further periods of 5 years at a time. There's some direction in the Act about the skill and experience required for committee members and for chairs. And there's also a guidance document prepared by Health New Zealand, which gives a bit more detail, and that's called Selecting and Appointing a District Licensing Committee, a guide for councils. That's attached as an appendix. And I'll probably refer to the guide a little bit as we talk through this. So the Act requirements for members of the committee are that they have experience relevant to alcohol licensing matters. And the guide expands on that a little bit to suggest that district licensing committee members must understand alcohol-related harm and how it can be minimised, have some experience of legal processes, and have the skills to facilitate community participation. And then on top of that, the chair or commissioner, commissioner being the title given to a non-elected member who holds the chair on the committee, has to be of good standing in the community and have the necessary knowledge, skill and experience relating to matters that are likely to come before the committee. That's the Act's wording, and the guide suggests that what you're looking at there is, are they of good character, are they free from convictions that would speak to their honesty or character, are they held in high regard in their community, have they held positions of leadership within their community, or belong to a professional organisation that upholds professional standards or ethics. So those attributes are generally a pretty good fit with elected members. So in 2013, when the first district licensing committee was appointed under the then new legislation, council decided that only elected members would be permitted to have a place on the committee. And then in 2021, council opted to open up membership to members of the public as well, and the current committee is made up of four people. 2 are elected members and 2 are not elected members. There's also a need for committee members to have a good understanding of the local community's concern around alcohol-related harm, and so on all of the previous times that we've recruited, council decided that appointees needed to be residents in their own district in order to be on the committee. So there may be people that have the skill set required for the committee who are not resident. If council were to open up that requirement or that criteria and allow non-residents to be on the committee, they would still need to demonstrate as part of their application and interview process that they had a good understanding of the Haurungi community. So I have recommended in the report that that requirement is lifted, just to widen the pool of potential applicants. You know, note last time in the 2021 recruitment, there were 4 applications in total, so I guess getting applicants is a challenge. And then just around numbers on the committee, so a quorum of 3 is required in any DLC meeting. So the current membership is 1 chair, well, commissioner actually, and 3 members, which includes the mayor. And I've suggested that we increase that by 1 member, just to assist with availability with scheduling hearings. There have been occasions where scheduling a hearing has been difficult, just to get 3 members available. And it would also help to share out the workload if we do have a number of hearings in close succession, as we had, I think last year we had 6 in 3 months or something like that. There's an alternative option to not increase the membership and leave it as it is now, because we do have a reciprocal arrangement with Waimakariri area where their list members are available to us. In our delegations manual, their list members are our list members, so we can call them here for help if we're not able to make a committee. So I know we've done that once, as a precaution, because we had some illness and they seemed to a member over who wasn't needed but sat in the hearing so that they could take on a role if needed. And there's not a significant cost to having additional members, as the remuneration is on a time cost basis. So members essentially charge a daily rate for a full day or an hourly rate for less than a full day. So they're only paid when they actually do work on the committee, and the exception would be the initial training or any ongoing training and the monthly meeting. There's a slight increase in cost by having that extra member. In terms of the actual appointment process, our plan is to follow the guidance document pretty closely, because a lot of the work's been done there. It sets out wording for adverts, criteria for assessing applications against, and role descriptions, things like that. The only thing that we've added to that is called it a statement of expectations, because that word was floating around and it seemed appropriate. Just to make it really clear to potential applicants what the expectations of them being on that committee are, and also what they can expect in terms of support, and a couple of the administrative matters like how to put their claims in at the end of the month. So, just to recap, the recommendation is that the council confirm that both elected members and members of the Republic are eligible for appointment to the committee, as they are now. That the council agree that residency within the Horonu district will not be a mandatory criterion for appointment, provided the candidates can demonstrate appropriate knowledge of the community. And the third point, I just wanted to clarify, is third point of written approved, the district licensing committee comprised 1 chairperson and 3 other members, with Mayor Murray Black appointed as a list member for backup purposes. But the intention was not to appoint any members today. It was really to illustrate as an example how the structure of the committee would look. So chair plus 3, and then retain the mayor's experience as a backup. So, that's everything I wanted to talk through. So if you any questions, or I'll leave it to you to discuss.
Thank you, Andrew, for providing the specific details of this paper. So with that, happy to open up for questions to clarify the paper. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Andrew. While I completely understand your point 2 officer recommendation seeking to broaden the pool of potential applicants, I do understand that. I'm not sure that is the best way forward when we have a community like we have here, where we have a lot of very skilled people that are within our community already, what else can we do to try and encourage those people to get on board? I mean, we can talk to them, we can go out and network with these people. My experience has been that when you start to draw people in from outside of the community to make issues which directly affect businesses and individuals and events within our community, it's not always the best way of doing things. And so just my observations around it. And so while I understand why you do it, I'm not sure that that's the best way. We've got JPs, we've got ex-police officers, we've got ex-councillors, we've got community ward members. We have got a host of people within our community who we could encourage to come on board and put their hand up for this sort of thing. Observations, thoughts?
Yeah. Through you. Yeah, I think you're right. And it is, I put it there because it was probably the most obvious solution to the challenge we had last time. And one thing we have in our back pocket as well is that we have currently appointed the existing committee through to the end of this year. So if that criterion to be resident of the district remained in place and we didn't get enough applicants or we didn't get suitable applicants, we could try again, yeah, or we could go out with different recruitment. So I am not particularly attached to removing it or keeping it. I think either way could work. I agree with you. There appears to be people in the district who have the skills. It's something that was suggested last time when we had the low numbers, so I put it in this time.
If I may just follow up to that, and I completely understand why and where you'd come from with that, and I do think that there are perhaps better ways that we can engage to try and get people on board to come with us on this sort of thing. Thin end of the wedge is you then start to recruit councillors into the Huranui who are living and not ratepayers, because where we can do it here, it works here, it works here, it works here, it works here. Therefore, let's just have whoever we want. And I'm not saying that would happen, but I am saying that it does start to set precedent in certain areas. I would favour advocating strongly for people that we have in our community who are good, long-standing community inputs, and I'm sure that we can find those.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. Statement well received. Chris.
Through the chair, what is our improvement process for this? How do we go about that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, it's very similar to a job advert normally. So the last time we did it, we took adverts in local newspaper. I think we had some online. I think we ran them in the community flyers. And we were, again, criteria was resident in Huranui, so we were focusing the advertising in Huranui, and those were the best channels we had.
Good, Chris.
I just noted the appointment history, number 11, or 10 and 11, we've changed from being just a council appointment to in 2021 where council approved the appointment of both elected members and non-elected members. Is there actually any criteria that there needs to be elected members on that committee? Solely on the
There's no requirement to have any elected members on the committee. The Act doesn't set any requirement. It's been a preference of this council over time.
Just put a question on that, just on your recommendation number 3, you've just got the word yeah, appointed as a list member for backup purposes. What do you mean?
Yeah, through you. So Mr. Mayor hasn't been on the committee for since the beginning. Yeah, she has a huge amount of experience that's quite useful to the committee. So whilst I mean the mayoral diary makes it quite probably unrealistic that she can jump in at a moment's notice to the committee, but to provide that expertise and a guiding hand to them probably is what I need.
Would also be the quorum as well.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Through the chair, it would be to Matt.
Yeah, just sorry, I was just trying to get my head around.
Yes, Chris Scala.
Sorry. I was trying to make it like no worries.
Yeah, just give what. So the mayor is a automatic appointment, or is that just in this case? Or?
No, through you, it's just it's in this case, and it's a mechanism to retain that experience and probably recognise that it's not realistic for the mayor to be a full-time member of that committee because of the other appointment.
Probably if I can say, in other districts,
it's not a prerequisite of the mayoral position to be in this, in a role like this. I came into the position of chair of the district licensing committee at the inception of the DLC, when I was probably deputy mayor, I would say, but it wasn't about the mayoral or deputy mayor position, it was about being an elected member. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
No, all I was going to say was I understand that would be to make sure that if a quorum was needed, that it could be achieved, really, from what I'm reading with that particular. Sorry.
Yeah, I've just bigger pool, more chance of being able to quorum for 3 people to get a call.
Yeah, true. I would also, as a supplementary statement, agree with Councillor Hutt that we need to be wary that we don't allow influence from outside our community to influence our licensing. I think it would be wise to try and retain within our district. That's what I speak on. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Just in relation to that, again, touching onto that point again, the other councils, other district councils, do they recruit outside for their district licensing? Do they have other people that are not part of their district on their boards?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, they do. I'm aware that Christchurch in particular do, but they have multiple commissioners and committees because of their size.
It's a metropolitan city.
Yeah.
In terms of like for like, more rural.
I don't know well what other people are doing. The only one that would fit that I'm aware of is that Timaru and Mackenzie sort of share, so they share a licensing committee, but I'm not sure if the makeup represents both districts or not.
Any other questions in relation to the paper today? Can I just switch topic a wee bit and ask a question about the supplemental education? I just wonder whether we should have a clause in there. It talks about under number 1 on page 64. Can you just remind me of the availability of having remote meeting ability? Have we done that in the past? And if that's the case, should we, attend meetings or hearing site visits or we feel as if that actually covers, should we offer an online capability for either the applicant or attendees for that expectation? So I guess what I'm saying is that if you were a commissioner or appointed, you've got to have the willingness or ability to use remote capabilities.
Yeah, I think that would be worthwhile just noting.
Yeah.
And generally, I think we expect a committee to be in person and wherever the thing is happening, but we do allow applicants, witnesses, discussion to come in remotely. So I suppose it's worth making sure that the people who are on the committee have the ability to do so.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. And then when I looked at page 65, goes over to communication and confidentiality. Then at first bullet point, the meeting will correspond directly with the Whanganui District Council. Should we be more specific to what that is? It the secretary of the district committee to resolve issues or legal guidance? Like, is it the CEO? You know, like who specifically are we responding to? I just wonder whether that needs to be a little bit more specific and who would correspond to.
Within council?
Yeah, within council. Whanganui District Council. Is it the CEO? Is it the secretary of the DLC? Who? Yeah.
That might depend on what the issue they're corresponding about is, but I think we could make the channel clear in the statement of expectations, just to.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of all I was thinking about, because that's when an issue arises. Needs to be clearly defined with that.
Yeah, that sounds good. And some of the background to this is that some other councils are using like a quite full-on contract or a contract for services or a supplier arrangement with their committees, and we looked at those and thought we'd have something slightly more simple, but still wanted to put that clarity in front of everyone if they signed up. So it is a first time we've used this document, so we'll incorporate those changes and anything else that needs tweaking as we go.
So, any other clarity sought from elected members? I'm just wondering about the residency and wonder whether there is an opportunity to consider some weighting to, you know, when an application is made, to consider that strong priority for residency in the Whanganui district should be weighted in that acceptance criteria, because I think that indicates what I'm hearing around the table. Do you want to back up on that, Steve?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may, that's, if we're going to keep the recommendation 2 in there, I would absolutely agree with that there must be a priority given to applicants who are resident in Whanganui. There must be that weighting towards them. They should be considered as a primacy, with primacy, and other candidates, absolutely, if we have to stretch the net wider. But I do think it's really important that we continue to keep matters like this really well within the people that actually live here and who these things really affect, because otherwise we lose our voice into it.
Right. Well spoken, thank you, and I think that is probably the intent of the organisation as well. But I think that weighting, I consider that perhaps the skill mix is very important, because this is a fully judicial system. So having a skill mix is really important, but actually I think of equal importance in this, and that when an appointment's been made, that actually some weighting towards our residents should be first principle. Yeah, so got some value around that. Yeah. So if there is no further questions, maybe Steve, have you found some words that might fit to support that in the recommendation?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you through the chair. So the officer recommendation, 1, I would agree with. 2, I would say that we would need to wordsmith in some way to say that priority be given to, during the recruitment process, priority be given to applicants who reside within the Whanganui district. However, this is not a mandatory criterion for appointment. Or something that Graham could magic like that.
Or it's already magic, but.
It's pretty quick.
You magic it, right?
I just knew, the second one would agree that residency within the Whanganui district not be a mandatory criterion, etc. In the market experience, but agree that during the recruitment process, priority will be given to applicants resident in the Whanganui district.
Okay. Second, so we
That goes with it number 3 as long as it's understood, it's not an appointment.
correct, that's right. I think everybody needs to be clear about that number 3 is an example, I guess, as opposed to an appointment. This will be on the current status of the district law. Everybody understand that? Yeah. Okay, so we do have Steve moving that. Is everybody clear, or do you want to hear it back, or you'll clear on that? Someone happy to second that then? Thank you, Tom. Any other discussion? Anybody like to speak for or against that? You know what you're voting on, so all in agreement to that recommendation with those minor changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? Abstaining from that, status. Right. Thank you. All in agreement, please say aye. Have we done that? Okay, thank you.
Just one question is, so you get the applicants, who decides who goes on the panel? Do you have is like staff or?
So it's been a staff panel with myself and the licensing committee secretary. We've just worked through the criteria and from the guide.
Yeah, that's the last one, so. And then it will come back to council to be.
Come through as recommendations for appointment and council decides to appoint.
Yeah. So the using the names until. Anyway. Yeah, okay, does that make sense to everybody? All right, so we can move on. Thank you, appreciate that. Alrighty, so that gets us through our decision items today, councillors. We've got no discussion items, and we have 4 information items that we will work through. Our first one being is our project update for our local water done well. Hamish is going to speak to this. Vince and I, as your representative on the working group, had a meeting with our counterparts in Kaikoura to look at this paper. Either of the current council today, and so this we can have a sweet chat about that in a minute. But Hamish, if I ask you to speak to this paper, and then we'll see some suggestions. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the purpose of the paper is to keep you updated on the progress that we're making. Certainly we've all read the paper. I think the key points here really is that the company has been incorporated, the directors have been appointed. We're working on the 2 sole directors, and the initial meeting on the board has happened. Also been through the draft statement of interim statement of expectations again today. The allegations drafted and those consents to be transferred have been approved by you today. So I guess looking through every item on this list, it's either in progress or has now been ticked off. And we're generally making good progress. At point 4, we note the priorities that we're currently working on. I note that we recruitment and indication of the sole director and chief executive should be induction, but that is the chief executive's role. The director is making good progress on that, and I expect an announcement shortly on their candidate for that. There are a couple of tasks on point 5 with red status. So finance setup, that is underway. It is mission critical, so we need to make sure that we get that across the line. It's progressing pretty well, but it is mission critical. Shared service agreements likewise. We shared it last week with a lot of people through the shared service agreement. So this is where we provide services to the CTO, HR, IT, finance, etc. And also where the CCO provides services to us, program management office, etc. So that is firming up. And the accession to the LGFA and associated guarantees, that is also mission critical, but that is work in progress. 2 things which are red, and they've been red for quite some time now. Number 1, the drinking water assessments, which are due on the 30th of June 26. Probably unlikely to happen. Kaikoura is in the same boat on that one. And revision of the bylaw at the moment. We're just going to leave that bylaw as is, and have a closer dialogue once the CCO is up and running, but that's really simple there. Obviously, there's the financials there. $8,000 to date. The 870,000 fund we have That is probably it. The establishment plan on a page is something that we've looked at quite a bit, this is appendix 1. It does set out all the areas we're working on. So, Madam Mayor, we are on track. We're making good progress. These are often complex matters. Sometimes it might seem that there are things that happen in a sequence which may not make complete sense to you, but that's the way the work's being sequenced in order to get it across the line. We largely worked on the higher level directional things first and then dealt with the detail second. As those higher level directional things have been put to bed, it allows us to get the detail right and behind them. So that's the way we're working it. I don't hold any concerns. In fact, I'm very comfortable to. The transition, of course, really only starts on the 1st of July. We've got 2 years of transition to go through following that. So everything that we're doing now is really just making sure that the company is in a good position come 1 July to really make that transition work. It's got to be seamless for our customers. We've got to make that part of it happen right. And there's no point in trying to rush things through if there's a chance that that part of it's not going to work. So that's where we are, that we have a common understanding of that. Everything's going to work for the customer on day one. So that's all I've got, Madam Mayor. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Any questions or do you want to? Okay, let's do some questions, then we have a comment. Okay, once you, any comment on that?
I just had one, that the drinking water assessment's not commenced, Hamish. Wouldn't we have all our water schemes assessed already with the status of them and everything?
Comment on that there.
Madam Mayor, yes, we do. So we assess them through our catchment risk assessments and also our water safety plans. But this is a different piece of legislation requirement. Yeah, I can't remember specifically what's being looked for, but it's a higher level resilience and longevity. The capability of the supply over a long period of time. Yeah, it's come in as part of the new legislation.
Do you want to have a comment on the
Yeah, well, the other night we had a Zoom meeting and it was quite good. The one question I asked was about branding and not spending a whole lot of money because it's going to be a monopoly anyway. So, you know, we don't have to spend much on marketing or branding because there's no other market or brand. So, you know, I was just saying, keep, you know, make sure that we, you know, the directors keep their feet on the ground a bit. I don't think they're Auckland Water or something. Yeah. Costs under control.
Questions? I think Tom was here. Yeah, and Chris.
Sorry, just excuse my ignorance here a little bit. What is the Kaikoura Asset Data Enhancement Project? It sounds as though they found a way of increasing the value of their assets.
So Kaikoura want to have their asset data on a similar basis to what we have at Kurunui, and so that requires some upgrading of their asset data. And so the IA agreed to fund that particular work. This is so that when we do the valuations, we're doing it on the same basis.
Thank you.
Just a quick, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a query. So that's 17th September 2025. I'm gathering, not 26. Is that just a typo?
What are you referring to?
Clause 6, page 70. First line. Secretary Department 2.
Yeah, that should be 2025.
Thank you. Yep, no, it's just.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair, and it just sort of touches into, Councillor Davies already mentioned, para 5, under subsection B, red status. So those two activities are on hold, statutory timeframes are not expected to be met. Can you just explain what the implications are for that, should they not be met, and why the time delay on it?
I'll tell the time delay first. So the time delay is largely because we've been focusing all our resource into the work to get the CCO set up rather than dealing with this part. So that's why we're basically put that on hold. Dan or Claire, can you comment on the impact of not meeting the required timeframes on these things?
For what, sorry?
For the drinking water assessment
implication
and the
These assessments are on the council to do, and they're under the Open Government Services Act. Section 69 to 71 for anyone who's excited about this. And it's due to have occurred by now, and they're supposed to happen every 3 years. But it's not just about the council services, it's a whole range of other services as well. So community services in addition. So it's a big job. More time, or both.
So Claire, what's the impact of not doing it? Do we get a fine? Do we get a slap on the wrist?
So are we looking to get that information by email? Yep.
As far as the bylaw goes, the existing bylaw will carry on for 2 years. If we don't change anything, that will give us a chance to get the CCO up and working and see what sort of bylaw we actually need moving forward.
Sorry, Madam Chair, through the chair. Just slightly outside the report, but I'm reading through on page, I assume 72. It's the early establishment plan on the page. It's just a overall. I wouldn't get chasing it. I've got to the. I just noted the staff ID warrants will be removed and the new offers of identified staff. Are we having a redundancy within our council coming for some of our staff? Is that probable?
No, certainly no redundancies planned in this process. However, council has an overhead cost for the structure that we have now, and the service level agreement between council and the CCO that will last for 2 years. Where the services that are provided to council will be provided to CCO. At the end of that 2-year period, the CCO will be deciding what services it requires, council deciding what services it wants to provide, and there may be a level of restructuring at that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of this update, before this came to the working group first to consider the content, tease that out with our counterpart, Kaikoura, and here it is by way of keeping everybody abreast of what, as we sort of step away through. So that's the intent of this discussion. Is there any other discussion or Claire or Hamish in this regard, or are you happy to receive the report? Or we're going to see, I just if you haven't already looked, but the board agenda for the Kaikoura Haringai Water Services from the Haringai District Council website. You can look in that or open agenda and to
actually through their process as well, so you can follow that as a council or get the community to follow through as well on our council website.
So with that, someone happy that we received the information in this report? Someone happy to move it? Vince, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Chris. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you. Right. Jason, I'm going to ask you back to the table, and we received on Friday, I think it was, your financial report. So this is in the bundle, councillors, that we've got budget. I'm looking at page 39 in this separate circulated information. You'll got it in front of you, guys? Right, Jason, if maybe you take us through that, that'll be appreciated. Thank you.
So the revenue report is the same as we've received in the past. So we've got pages 41 to 51 being the financial report, 2 to 55 being capital, and then a suite of information from the Treasury, formerly the Treasury, from page 6 onwards. And so page 41, again, to just focus on the year-to-date, 9 months through the financial year. At that point, we were expecting to receive a revenue of 51 million. We've actually received 55 million. Grants and subsidies are up, and income is up, as was identified quite early on in the year. And then operating expenditure, we were expected to be about 55.5 million. We're at about 56.5 million. And some variances there in operating expenditure being not to do with the timing of roading work, but also electricity costs, as we've talked about, and some insurance costs. Capital expenditure, again, on the basis we have a $52 million program altogether for the first 9 months of the year. We're expecting to spend 33 million. We spent 20 million today. Right, but yeah, then we break it down into the individual activities, starting from page 42, which is water. Water reading slightly under budget altogether, shy of what we had allowed for budget. In operating expenditure, 300,000 up on budget. Part of that is internal interest paid on the internal debt. You'll see that employment costs are down on budget for the period, and operating expenditure are up on budget. And identified electricity expenses being part of that overrun, and that will continue for the rest of the year. Certainly attempting to make sure that that budget is appropriate for the forthcoming. And the expenditure altogether, the capital expenditure there, 7.2 million of the $30 million program today. Okay, so page 43. Income overall was up on budget. We do have slightly down on DCs as is the case before. And invested asset income is up on budget for the full year. And operating expenditure generally is down on budget, and employment costs are down, and there's some aspects of maintenance and operations for sewer that are down on the budget to be set as well. From a capital point of view, we had a $3.5 million capital program, of which at the end of end of March, we'd spent just a shade under 2 million. Stormwater. The key areas of stormwater sits under business income. With developments and business assets to council, which included almost $500,000 in stormwater assets. So they appear as income, but also as the top line of capital expenditure to meet great demands. 45 is presence of funds, significant variances here, mainly around typing of the maintenance program, and also coupled with that the relevant subsidies that we receive. And again, those developments in Hammer Springs invested almost $2 million worth of assets to council. That appears both in income and CapEx. So they're still based on the budget of 14 million for CapEx. We're sitting on just under 6, and that doesn't include 2 million of the vested assets. So there is certainly expecting a level of renewal work still to be done for the financial year. Adaptation. So again, and we talked about this through the budget process around the timing of the development of the Motnau Beach land and the resulting sale of property. So that's all been sort of pushed into the development. 26, 27 year, and then subsequent to that in the 27, 28 year will be the sales of the sections to offset that cost. And the only capital expenditure of note is a little bit of the operating expenditure around the further work doing the planning for the proactive relocation project, of which we've got budgeted 250,000. So we're relatively short of that. Public services as a whole on page 47. A few key variances there, mainly around grants and subsidies and the other income line. And Cheryl, who's produced this for me, has provided a bit of narrative around the key movements from similarly with the operating expenditure overall, we are down by about $500,000 of where we expected to be for this point of the total capital expenditure there of 4.4 million budget to date. We spent only just over $1 million of it. The variances will be highlighted in the observed in the capital expenditure report. Regulatory services income is slightly down on budget by 160, but our employment costs down by 200,000. We do have some overspend on consultancy costs, but some of a chunk of that will be recovered through using the applicants. Page 49 is the thermal polls. For the 9 months up to the end of March, the net profit, the net surplus was 2.9 million. It's about $150,000 down on what we. So it's not as good as it could be, not as bad as it could well have been.
That's right.
And again, when we did the forecast in the annual plan, we had identified that to be at least $200,000 short of the operating budget for the period. And the capital expenditure will be, has been reprioritised, that will be achieved by the end of the year with about just under half of the Your Way project flowing through into the next financial year. Page 50 is governance and corporate. Right, and key variances there, we do have rate money is up on budget, but other income is also up on budget. We have funding for some asset management data. Also about 4,000 of external interest received, and the rate penalties at this point in time is about 57,000 ahead of what we had budgeted for. Right, the and the expenditure on the face of it, we've got an overspend in employment costs, but if we are about $100,000 down as a council overall on employment costs. So there is a piece of work needed to be done to just make sure we're allocating the cost to the appropriate areas out of their corporate service accounts. It was a relatively simple process in our previous, using our previous software. It's a lot more nuanced with the new software, so we're just trying to get a handle on how to do that from an automated point of view. It's just taking a bit of double handling to get to that. And from under corporate services, corporate governance and corporate services, we had a full year budget of 338, we spent 370,000 to date. And then the final page of the financial report starts just around rate recovery. So the rates that we received to service the debt are on budget. We do have other income primarily from the rental from the YL village. And we've got some expenditure relating to that as well. The financial report, the capital expenditure report is provided on page 52 to 55, and that just breaks the components into the various activities and breaks it down into individual projects and just monitoring the action against the budget.
Just a comment, Jack, I mean, when I look at this capital expenditure report every month, you know, it just shows how many projects that we've actually got in train across the organisation, isn't it, and varying capabilities. So, you know, this is really, I guess, evidence of the work that's being done that doesn't always come to the front line, but it's just the project progress. It's kind of good to have because you can actually sort of look at what's going on with the community in particular areas. So anyway, there's no other questions. Everybody's listening with intent, Jason. So we'll look at Treasury. Right.
Yeah, Treasury from page 56 there. We're at the end of March and debt was 97.5 million. breaking down to 87.5 firm debt and 10 million of short-term debt. Just want to point out that on the 20th of April, I had some rather large creditor commitments. So one was a very, very large bill to board. So I needed to pull down an extra $4 million of short-term debt. So that, I'm not sure whether it's a moment of celebration that we've pushed through the $100 million debt mark as of started last week.
Celebration.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Madam through the Chair. Jason, just on that point, in the bullet point 1, you note that we've got 10 million as short-term debt, which is LGFA debt. Then we've got in bullet point 2 that another 4 million has been brought down. Is that 4 million inclusive of the 10, or is it in addition to the 10?
In addition to the 10, so at the
we've
end of
got
March,
14
it
million.
was 10 million, so it was 14 million as of the start of last week.
We've now got 14 million of LGFA debt, short-term.
Short-term debt, yeah, and it was done on short-term, but bearing in mind that we are forecasting that our debt would be 105 million by the end of June. So for the time being, it was just knowing that in May, the 20th of May, when that $4 million of debt, short-term debt matures, we will have a rate run. So rates will come in that we'll be able to repay the bulk of that short-term drawdown at that point. So but at some stage before the end of the financial year, there will be a need to pull down some further term debt. So yeah, completely as expected in the forecast of the annual plan. But yeah, certainly trying to using the short-term debt is very a lot cheaper. It costs 20 basis points over the applicable 30-day bank bill rate at that point, because it's only a month. Whereas if I was to pull that down from Westpac, for instance, that would cost 130 basis points over that rate. So it is, you know, a much more cost-effective way of doing it. It's just being prepared for it when it's needed. But yeah, like I said, we are forecasting that we will be at 105 million by the end of the financial year if the water company gets accession to the local government funding agency. The portion of debt will be simply novated from council to the West Coast.
Thank you. Any other questions of Jason? Thank you, Jason.
Liquidity at the end of March was 112%. We need at least 10% share of facilities available to us. Page 40 of the accompanying report, the net debt to total revenue at the end of March was 148.74%, and our limits are 75%. And of key note is down on page 57, we should really highlight that because it is a raw weighted average cost of funds, including margin at the end of March was 3.9%. All the key limits under our treasury policy we're compliant with. And hopefully that will be the case right through to the end of the financial year. The full list of debt as of the end of March is on page 58. The full list of the interest rate swaps that we have in place. And most of their swap rates are higher than the applicable 90-day bank bill rate, apart from the number 51 and 52, we were still receiving a payout from Westpac every quarter. But they were taken out in the days when the interest rates were exceptionally high. So the official cash rate at the end of March stayed at, it was at 2.25%, and the Reserve Bank left the OCR unchanged in its April review. I had no reason I thought it would go up, but that's why I'm not an economist. That 90-day bank roll rate at the end of March was 2.45, and it's when I wrote this last week, it stayed at 2.54, oscillated between 2.51 and 2.57 over that 3-week period. Critical component is the end of the March quarter, so we do the internal interest rate resets. So at 3.9% weighted average cost of funds means that the internal interest charge for those communities that have debt is 4.9, and then 5.9 for the pools. And then the term deposit rate at the end of March was 2.5%. And that means any of the communities or development contribution funds or any sphere funds receive an interest of 2.85.
Couple of questions.
Couple of questions would be great.
Funding KPIs at the 1st of June, is it, when the water services is split, do those stay the same?
Sorry, the what?
The KPIs for funding?
They will change, and it will depend on the applicable treasury policy that's adopted by the Wisco. For us, they will stay the same until at such point we revise our treasury policy. So we can do that at any stage. It just requires a resolution of council, and there is argument that we do, based on the annual plan, that we do drop that debt to revenue ratio to 60%, 70% rather than 175%, because it is still a maximum. Doesn't mean we need to go there. So I think there'll be lots of eyeballs on to make sure we don't get anywhere closer again in the future.
Sorry, another question. So at that day, our total debt will drop to about 33 million.
That's regarded. If the debt novates through, as we're hoping it will do, but it does need the company to have a session to the local government funding agency, and they've only just got a process in place after, say, just hold on, for the last 6 months, just hold on, we've almost got it in place. They've only just managed it for Selwyn Water and Waikato Water, so we will benefit from all the hard work done by those two prior, but there is still a process, and but if it does go at that point, that 105 million that we're expecting at the end of June will drop by 78 million.
Just wonder, in your spare time, if we can have a breakdown of that remaining 33.
Oh yeah, and it is actually will be part of the information for the annual plan, the breakdown of all the reserve funds, and part of that is the amount of debt sitting with the thermal pools, which will form the bulk of it, but we do have other activities that there is debt with some of the immediately council debt, the commercial activities, the Queen Mary South and the relocation all have an element of debt attached to it. So that will be quite, and I can provide that from papers that are done.
Thank you.
I know, I'll do it in my spare time, so.
Thanks, Chris. Steve, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Jason. Just following up again on page 56 that you've got here, you've got the LGFA debtors showing as 97.5 million. That figure is actually 101.5 million, is that correct?
As of
the
today.
20th of April.
Yeah.
So what does that make our liquidity ratio? Because that 112.43 will be based on the 97.5, won't it?
It will do, but on top of that, we do have a $10 million facility with Westpac that we use sparingly. And also whatever we've got in our call account at that point provides a level of liquidity. But on top of that 97.5 million, we'll have the 4 million, which is another facility that we have. So that counts as part of our liquidity at that point. So the new liquidity calculation will be on the basis of external debt of 101.5 million plus the 10 million of Westpac facility and whatever we have in the.
So how does it adjust that liquidity ratio figure as a percentage? Because we have 110%, don't we, which is our council. So does that change the 112.43 and bring it closer to 110%, or what does it do with it?
I think all else being equal, it won't change it. Shouldn't change it at all, based on the fact that the facilities we have now is 101.5 million with the LGFA plus the 10 million, whereas when that was calculated was the facilities of 97.5 million plus the 10 million of LGFA. Can do the calculation and I'll fire it through with remaining debt in the council post.
Thanks, Steve. Have we got any other questions?
Hi, yeah, through the chair. Jason, how much, I just can't quite see, how much is Bancorp carrying for us at this moment in time? Do we know? How much is Bancorp carrying for us at the moment?
They don't carry.
I'm sorry, how much debt do we have to Bancorp? I can't see any notes on them in here. I just see ANZ and Westpac and the swaps. And are they involved fixed rate stuff?
No, they just advise us.
They're only advising us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. On a pretty regular basis. And again, to make sure that we remain within policy compliance, they will suggest we need to fix in 7 million or in that period to make sure that we do stay within policy.
Supplementary question. For our Bancorp advisory, I've noticed figures through here. Are they percentage driven or fee driven?
No, it's a fixed cost. So we pay for our sure whether it's appropriate only. It is fixed cost.
That's all I asked. I know we're in public, so I didn't ask any beyond. Thank you.
And they've been advisors to our council.
For at least 7 years in the current stint, and prior to that, it was 10 years before PricewaterhouseCoopers or a predecessor of PricewaterhouseCoopers provided advice to us over a long
period. But yeah, thank you for using that discretion.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've had a good overview, I guess, of our financial status. Thank you, Jason. And the normal practice if we were just receive this information. seconder, thank you, Tom, that we received that information. Please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion's carried, thank you, Jason. Radio councillors, we're, here, and now we just go back to your, we have got our Lagoima request, so this is Graham's report on page 73, and there's 9 entries there on page 74, so thanks Graham, you just want to give us a bit of a heads up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, just the usual reporting on the request we've received. No further updates to any progress, that's what we worked on. To note a couple of rather large requests came in during this period, and one we give a little bit of information about, but the rest would require different work, so we haven't heard back from people. Often will go back and say the cost for this, and often they don't reply to us. The teams just go away after a while, but we do follow up.
At least the intent is that we will furnish that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, we always try to do what we
Yeah.
can. Sometimes it's just going to take a huge amount of work. That number 7 is a good example. It was just very, very important. But then we went to all councils, and all councils had the same response. It's just, we can start with something. So no further updates. The one thing I will just note, of course, we are going to be providing the Lagoima services to the full entity. So sort of water-based ones, obviously, being no longer here, they'll go through to the company, and the Lagoima team will work with the CEO of the water company to work on the Lagoimas, because the act does apply to the water company. We will be providing those services as part of the service level agreement. But I'm happy to take any questions about this.
Thanks, Graham. Any questions, councillors? I'm very familiar with this paper, you know, I mean, it's years since we've had that the transparency around the one piece for that district, so it's good just to keep an overview. So if there is no questions of Graham, is someone willing to receive, move that we receive the information? Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Chris, Scarlett. If there's no questions, all in agreement that we receive that paper, please say aye. Carried. Thank you. So our final open agenda item today is the audit and risk update. Fiona, you might just perhaps take us through this information item.
Madam Mayor, I think I'd suggest we take it as read. It's pretty straightforward commentary there. And move that the information be accepted.
Cool. Fiona, any questions just for? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Chris. Carthy, sorry. For agreement that we receive that information, please say aye. Aye. Against, that motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks very much indeed, councillors. Now take you over to our public excluded section. We have got minutes to receive an update and paper, and it's been identified as reason for passing the resolution is to protect the privacy of natural persons. Can I please have a second that we accept that reason for passing, and thank you, Steve, move that we have to included. Steve said, Steve moved, do I have a seconder? Chris Carthy. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that motion's carried, thank you. So if we just give a wee moment, please, in silence, so we